Good morning, esteemed guests and participants. It's our pleasure to welcome you to the OCA seminar on AI technology and esports. Today, we gather to explore how AI is shaping sports and esports, transforming the way of training, competition, and athlete performance. This seminar brings together leading experts to share insight on AI-driven innovations, athlete performance enhancement, and the evolution of esports. To officially begin, I invite Dr. Thani Al-Kuwari, OCA Vice President, to deliver his welcome speech.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and dear participants. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the OCA seminar on AI technology and esports. As we stand the intersection of the innovation of the sport, it is truly inspiring to witness the collaboration of brilliant minds coming together to explore how artificial intelligence is reshaping the world of sport and esport. Technology has always played a significant role in the evaluation of sport, but AI has introduced a new frontier of possibilities, enhancing the athlete's performance, optimizing training methods, and transforming how competition are conducted and experienced. Esport, in particular, has emerged as a global phenomenon, blending technology with the traditional sporting value and opening doors to a new area of digital competition. The Olympic Council of Asia remain committed to embracing technological advancement that foster growth, inclusivity, and excellence in sport. The seminar is an important step in that direction, bringing together experts, industrial leaders who will share insight, innovation, and challenges in all AI and esport. I would like to express my gratitude to all and distinguished speakers, partners, and participants for joining us today. Your presence and contribution will undoubtedly make this seminar a valuable platform for learning and collaboration. With that, I wish you all productive and insightful seminar. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Thani, for the opening speech. Ram, can we just, before we officially start the session, maybe we will take a group photo. Everybody just sit as it is. Ram, can you come to the stage, please? Everybody look at the camera. Thank you. Without further ado, let's start the first subject of today's seminar, how to use AI to enhance athlete performance. The invited speakers are CEO Ray Valliere and the Chief Technology Officer Guy Miller from Open Sport. Please join me in welcome Ray and Guy to the stage.
Yeah. Thank you, Jeans. All right. Thank you for having us. We're really excited to kick things off and start talking about AI and esports with you guys today. Before I get started, quick show of hands. Who has used AI in their personal lives, such as ChatGPT, Perplexity, Quen? All right, so everybody. So you had some experience with it. Who's actually used AI in your NOC in operations for business functions? Okay. Who's actually built AI agents in their organization to automate things? Awesome. All right. So today, we're going to go over a few things. First, a quick intro on who we are. We're going to give you an intro to OpenSport, what we're doing. But I want to kind of lay the land here and make sure everybody's on the same page about why AI in sports is important, why data integrity is really essential for AI to work function properly, what's the difference between LLMs, SLMs, and AI agents. And then we're going to really get into the interesting stuff, and Guy's going to come up and actually show you how we are using AI in our day-to-day lives. We'll do a demo, and I'll actually talk about the most important thing, ROI, the return on investment. Why is this important for your organizations? And then what's beyond AI in performance. So first, a little bit about me. I've been building, investing in tech companies and entertainment, Bollywood, Hollywood for over 25 years. I am one of British Columbia, Canada's Tech Hall of Fame inductees, recognized one of the 500 most influential business leaders in Vancouver. As you can see, I hate talking about myself, but I have to do it. Co-founder of Launch Academy, one of Western Canada's main tech hubs. I've worked with over 6,000 entrepreneurs from over 100 different countries from a wide span of technologies. One of my very first investments was an esports company, working with health tech, fintech, quantum computing, blockchain, run the gamut. I also run a large tech network around the world called Traction. Traction is the who's who of Silicon Valley. We do events, private CXO dinners. We also have a podcast. It's on YouTube. You can check it out. I do a pod once a month about AI with some of the most influential people in the Bay Area. I'm going to hand it over to Guy, our CTO. The other way. Flick it the other way. All right. He's big and loud. He doesn't need a mic.
Hi everyone, my name is Guy. I'm the CTO of OpenSport. I don't like talking about myself as much as Ray, so it'll be a lot shorter, but I've been doing business intelligence, data, and AI now for about 15 years. But as you can see, where it really helps is that I spent 10 years as a professional rugby player, so I finished up in July last year, 6 months ago. So I was playing, so everything we're going to talk about today is something that I was living day to day, and I find the intersection between sports and technology very interesting.
Cool. All right, so let's get into OpenSport. Who are we? We build, manage, and host special language models for sports teams, leagues, athletes that allows us to deliver customized AI agents for not just athlete performance, but fan engagement and looking at ways to unlock new revenue streams through your data and through AI. So that's something we'll get to the end, where we all know it for NOCs, it's kind of hard and different sports to get sponsors, especially from various countries. There's new ways to make revenue and keep operations going that we'll dive into. So with OpenSport, we're an AI native platform. We look at real-time and historical sports data, standardized APIs, SLMs, ensuring data integrity and secure data exchange. So data is very, very important, especially for your organizations. We want to make sure you understand how to secure that data, especially in the world of AI. Data leakage is a real serious thing. How do you make sure that you get the full advantage of AI without compromising your data integrity? So we'll kind of get into that a little bit. The OpenSport team itself is a world-class team of Olympians. My co-founder is a South African Olympian from field hockey. We are professional athletes, AI and data geeks. I'm obviously not one of the athletes. I'm the AI data geek. But there is direct sports experience, not just in the Olympics, UEFA, NBA, NFL, Red Bull, Adidas. So we have some immense experience in this industry, and that's why we feel we're one of the best in the world to bring AI into the industry. So this is a statement that some of you have probably seen and heard. This is from Alexis Ohanian. He's just repeating a statement that's out there. Alexis is the co-founder of Reddit, but also most importantly, he is the husband of Serena Williams, tennis star, superstar. And this is very poignant. AI won't take your job. The big fear that people have had is AI is going to come in, it's going to disrupt everything, but so does every other technology. What's going to really happen is AI is not going to take a job. It's an individual that knows how to use AI better than you that's going to take your job. And so how do we make sure all you NOC executives have AI in your organizations, securing the future of your AI, of your sport? So why AI for sports? AI is going to come in and automate workflows. It's going to bring insights for improved decision making. It's going to make operations more efficient, helping you win more games. Real-time analytics for coaching and athlete performance, scalable solutions that function throughout your organization with instant. AI doesn't sleep. Humans sleep, humans make errors. AI, if programmed properly, will not make mistakes, but most importantly, it would have things done for you in fraction of the time that it takes a human to do. And most importantly, AI can be very personalized. Right? You have the ability to really focus on individuals in specific sports. One of the problems with any human-led organization is called brain drain. You can have somebody trained to make your office or your sport the most efficient thing. You have coaches that really know their thing. But once they leave, all that knowledge leaves with them. In the world of AI, that knowledge is locked to your organization. So for the last 20 plus years, the way that we navigate the internet was Google search. Google search is now dead. It's been replaced by all these different interfaces. But you can see there's a lot of interfaces. AI is kind of being commoditized now. It's everywhere. And this is really now a fight for these technology organizations to the bottom. Who can have the best processing? Who can have the cheapest computing cost? But in terms of the training data, I think the story's out that it's the LLMs, the large language models, have hit their peak. And this is where the specialized language models are the next iteration of why AI is going to be essential. So you've probably heard the term LLM, SLMs maybe. What does that really mean? An LLM is a large language model. It is the underlying data that's trained that AI. And like I said, it's kind of hit its peak because they've ingested as much data that's on the internet into these large language models. But there are challenges, and two things that you might have heard of is fuzzy outputs and hallucinations. But what does that mean? A fuzzy output is where you've asked AI a question and it gives you a response, and your interpretation of that, well, that's ambiguous. It doesn't really tell me yes or no, or it's not quite accurate. It's because the AI is still learning. But then there's the hallucinations where it gives you a response and it's not either accurate or it doesn't know the answer, so its AI is processing something in a way to come up with a solution that isn't actually correct. And so there are challenges with the LLMs when you really want to make it work for your business. The SLM is where you take it to the next level. The SLM is a small language model or a specialized language model. And for our purposes, our SLM are really designed around sports. In particular, when we build an SLM for you, it's around your organization. It's around your sport. It's around the knowledge and learnings of your coaches. And as I said before, security is really important here. You don't want that to just be public. You don't want your competition to have that type of data. And so these specialized language models are tied to your organization, to your AIs. So the advantage of SLM is higher accuracy, real strong domain relevance, so your AI can give you instant data and outputs to your data. And most importantly, again, secure and private. It sits on top of the SLMs. If it's done properly, it will not leak into the LLMs, meaning that it doesn't get into the broader spectrum of intelligence that's out there. You want to make sure your SLM is locked to your organization. But there are ways to share SLMs. We'll get into that in a minute. But before we get into the LLMs, SLMs, it's all about the data. Data is important. Garbage in, garbage out, though. If your data is garbage, it's not structured properly, it's not organized, you can add things like machine learning, but you're just going to get more of the same crap. You can add artificial intelligence, but now you're just going to have magical crap. You can add generative AI, now you got fancy, innovative crap. You use agentic AI, you're going to get more different iterations, but it's still crap. So accurate data is critical for reliable AI insights. What we do is we make sure we standardize all the different types of data feeds that are coming through on your athletes, coming around in esports or what it is, and ensuring that it's structured properly so that can be used universally across your organizations, across AI agents, and third parties that want to use that data are all working with the same clean set. Poor data will always lead to flawed analysis and misguided decisions. You might be angry at the AI. The AI didn't screw up. You screwed up. Your data was not clean. Your data was not organized. There was no chance that it was actually going to give you a right response. So what does this look like in a bigger picture? So the way that we build our platform is you have the underlying large language model. So we will use something like Perplexity or ChatGPT as our underlying infrastructure. But on top of that, we're going to build a specialized language model that's built around your NOC. It's your data. And once again, protecting that data to ensure that it's only visible to your team and organization. But within your NOC SLM, there are multiple SLMs on top of that specific to that sport. So if you have a coach that's training rhythmic gymnastics, there's no reason for them to mix up their queries and their responses with data from rowing. And so we'll make sure that those SLMs are tied to those specific queries. But because it's under the NOC SLM, you might ask it, hey, these are the training regimens that I have for my rhythmic gymnastics team. Is there anything else in other sports training sessions or injury recovery methods that could help me that I'm not aware of? The AI under the NOC says, yeah, actually, your colleague that's in hockey, they've been using this routine to help with Achilles injuries. You might want to try it. So again, proprietary knowledge in that NOC can be proliferated between the organization. But an NOC from Thailand, we may not see the strategies or those Achilles therapies from the NOC of Jordan. Right? So you want to make sure it's protected and organized. But it's not just about the LM, it's not just the SLM. The real magic happens with the AI agents. This is the workforce. These are these little bots that go around and make things happen. AI agents are the new bots. I actually did a whole podcast about this with Marissa Chaco of Google. Actually, she's no longer Google, she's at Meta. But we talked about how 10 years ago, she gave a lecture at Traction about how bots are the new apps. Fast forward 10 years later, AI agents are the new bots. What are AI agents? It's autonomous decision makers. Again, little workers that are out there doing things for you. But because they're focused or they're trained off of our SLMs, they understand your organization, your sports, and give you really poignant information about your specific organization or the questions that you're asking. And again, they don't sleep. So there's continuous monitoring. They actually are able to do stuff in real time. If you're on the field during a match, it can actually give you insight into what's happening in the match, as long as that data is coming through the system, but maybe even about your competitor. I think we did something in hockey where we're looking at real-time data about your competitor's goalie. So obviously, they don't have information from the other team, but there's video feeds happening. There's other data that they're coming in that they can start analyzing real time, saying he's actually gravitating more towards the right. And there's a story 2 days ago where he injured his right knee. So maybe that's a real-time insight in the game that a coach might not pick up on. And the other thing is they can be equipped with short-term and long-term memory, which allows them to constantly learn. And so the AI agent isn't just once and done. It can actually be in your organization, constantly learning and constantly evolving and becoming better and better. This is 2025. We really just started talking about AI 2 years ago. In those 2 years, look at what's happened. Imagine what's going to look like in 5 years from now, right? We literally can't imagine because that AI is going to do so many amazing things, make life so much easier, but more importantly, reduce errors, increase accuracy, which in the sports world allows you to win more games. And so what is an AI agent? Essentially, it's, again, a worker that's given a task. In order to do that task, it's going to pull information from a large language model, and in our case with the specialized language model as well. And then I'll go and use tools in the internet that allow it to function and make that task into an answer that you could act upon. But AI agents don't work alone, right? AI agents are highly effective when they're given specific tasks. So one task for this AI agent might be, give me a training routine for our match that's coming up on Tuesday. The AI agent will go and start taking tools and resources, but it might ask a second AI agent that is trained to ask for data. That second agent might look at field conditions. So this could be an agent that you design to look at every single field that you play on in your calendar year and give you data on what that field condition could look like. That agent might then ask another agent to give me real-time weather information. And so pumping information back, it says it's going to be 102 degrees. It's an outdoor stadium. The second agent will look at, okay, 102 degrees, it's an outdoor stadium. It's real turf, not artificial turf. Chances are the field conditions are going to be A, B, C, D, E. It'll then pump that into this agent, which will look at other parameters and other data sets, but it'll say the training routine for player X should be this because the field conditions are going to be really dry. He or she tends to really exert themselves, but it's going to be very hot, so you want to shorten their training sessions. And so this is really important to understand. Like, AI agents don't function on their own. The best AI agents will daisy chain themselves through a variety of different agents. And can be sometimes complicated to design, but that's why we're here to help you figure that out. You might have a task that you want done. We will help you figure out how to put your agents together to give you the most effective answers. So how does this all kind of play together? And so the first step, again, is your data. So what we do at OpenSport is we unify your data. Guy will kind of give you a demo of how we do this, but we connect all those different silos of data. So you might have GPS data, you might have health nutrition data, you might have match set data. All of them are in different file formats, different Excel sheets. What we try to do is make sure it's all organized, one unified dashboard that you can access, but most importantly, in a functioning way that can allow agents to query that and give you responses right away. And then, again, through this process, once you have your data organized, we're able to unlock value and usage from not just the real-time data, but your historical data. You might have data that's sitting on an Excel drive from 10 years ago. Well, those players might not be with your team anymore, but there's insights that you can learn from them that can help your future athletes. And so that is a really critical important. On the other end of the spectrum is the AI agents, right? And so, like I said, it's an AI-powered data ecosystem. There are multiple agents kind of functioning in conjunction with each other. We want to make sure we create an environment that allows these AI agents to connect with not just in that daisy chain format, but you might have third-party agents that are going to interact, like a sponsor or somebody else that might have an agent connect with your agent to give them an output. But in that process, you don't want that third party to see your data. That's where the OpenSport SLM engine comes in as well. So we allow all this stuff to function happen, putting in the standardized APIs and providing that access, but also giving you options. So you can keep that data private, but you might have a situation where there's a college or university doing a study on concussions. This is something you want to be involved in, you want to contribute, but you don't want them to see the actual data. That's where you can anonymize that data. Give them that data for athletes, but without actually telling who the athlete is or when the game was played or whatnot. But you also might want to say, actually, we want them to know these athletes. We want to attribute it. We want to put that information out there. And then there's the opportunity to make some revenue where you're going to make that premium data that if anybody wants to access that, they can access it through an API, but they got to pay for that API. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Guy, and he's going to really get into the interesting stuff. So my boring stuff is over. We're going to get to Guy.
Thanks, Ray. Is this working now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll grab the
clicker.
out.
You get the clicker.
Okay. All right. So to actually now start talking about what we're trying to do, we've got to remember what are we actually trying to do with these agents? What are the foundations of what we're trying to do? So when you bring it back down to basics, we've done a lot around performance data and performance of the athletes, because ultimately what we're trying to do with these athletes is, if our athletes are performing, we're winning more games, we get more sponsorship, we create more revenue, and it's this big cycle. Then we add operational efficiency in the back with more agents, and it creates this big cycle of getting our organizations and the NOCs really moving in the right direction. So what we've said is basically, it's not just about numbers. It's about winning. It's about protecting those assets, maximizing revenue, and that's all through the smart performance management. So that's in operations, that's across performance data, across everything. I think just to add as part of my background as well, why this becomes really important is, years ago, I played the most minutes of a professional prop across the world in a single season. And why I tell you that is not to say I played lots of minutes, was to say that what we're talking about now could really have changed how I did, because the next 2 years following that season, I was injured because of the amount of things. So when you start thinking about it, all my management was around manual spreadsheets. It was around my subjective feeling, trying to monitor, mistakes happen, injuries happen, and then we just don't get to what we're trying to do, which is this foundation. Another thing we talked about as well, just while we start, is we had lots of conversations yesterday around esports. I know there's quite a few esports people here, and we see athletes in esports exactly the same way. So athletes, they still have performance data, they still have their match metrics. Maybe it's collected differently, but as you see, as we step through now, what we get is, if we have the ability to get the APIs and ingest that information, we can do all sorts of things with that, and that's where we're trying to get to. Is everyone still awake? We've still got everyone. I don't see anyone sleeping yet, so I think we're there. Okay. So what I'm trying to do now is we'll take you through 3 sort of simple models that we're talking about and how they apply. So this first one, we talk about overtraining. So my case again, in this model, we would have like our traditional methods. They rely on spreadsheets, they rely on manual entry. You go into the physio, then you're going back to this person, data's missing, we're doing all sorts of things. But with these models, what we're trying to do is, this first one, we're trying to create one that monitors the athlete, finds hidden patterns of fatigue that we wouldn't be able to do otherwise, find anomalies in the data. And so an example of this model would be a flag that's created when a player reaches 85%. So what we do at the moment is we say, okay, 85%, that's the standard. But for different athletes, they have different standards. They have different variations. They have different everyone. Everyone is not the same in what we're doing. So yes, we can create these manual things that work it out, but we can go a lot further with AI and with these bots that are just churning out information, trying to find anomalies and working out predictions. The second example we used, so it's a real-time tactical adjustment during games of training. So if we don't have bots and these AI agents that are actually running, it's very hard to get our real-time data from multiple data sources. So if you can imagine an outcome where we could have a live dashboard running across all of our data sets. So we could take in match data, we could take in performance data, we could take in all sorts of different data, and could give us recommendations and strategic recommendations on what's happening. On us, on the opponents, on our athletes, what are we trying to do? So this one we talked about, it analyzes live match data and suggests tactical changes, provides substitution recommendations, and detects patterns. So based on these patterns, we can do all sorts of different things. So when you add in video, we could just add more and more data sources and data sets to what we're trying to do. This last one, so it's around the environment and context-based training adjustments. So everyone travels a lot, everyone's different altitudes, different countries, different weather is different, fields are different, or esports are different arenas, everything. So depending on where you're going, everything changes. Depending on who the athlete is, I mean, I know myself, when I was playing, if there's any heat or humidity whatsoever, I just sweat. There's an example there. And so I'd have to have a lot more water than a normal person. We can't have longer sessions, but the backs, the faster guys, the lighter guys, they can go for a lot longer, things that I couldn't do. So these sort of things we actually didn't work out. We used to make one training session, everyone trains, but what follows on from that is issues. If everyone just trains the same amount, we need to handle recovery. So if we have agents running in the background that say, righto, this guy is trained more than normal, he's trained longer, he sweats more typically, he needs more hydration, but because it's hot now, imagine that he's more likely to get injured. Maybe talks to the other agent that goes and books his appointments with the physios, and everything's all connected without you having to think. So an example is it notices that the performance is going to be dropping, recommends shorter and high intensity drills with frequent hydration breaks. Yeah.
So chiming in on that really quick. So one of the challenges why that's now happening now is because it's bandwidth. Your coaches don't have the ability to create routines for every single player. But again, these AI agents don't sleep. They work. So one coach can actually be multiplied into 10 coaches because the AI agents are doing that work. So this goes into why is AI transforming, why is it changing the world? And this is why people think it's going to take jobs, is because these AIs get rid of all that mundane tasks. They allow you to do things that are personalized or scalable that was not functional when it involved humans.
So what we're taking you through it now is basically showing you, get into the more interesting things. This is how we currently do it and where we're going to go. And so 6 months ago at my club, I can tell you that this is exactly how they did it. We've been doing this now for 8-10 years, particularly this study. Everyone we've spoken to is doing it this way. So I'd be very interested to see how many of everyone here has automated these processes.
This is real actual functioning processes from Dr. Wayne Diesel. He's our head of performance. He used to be a performance coach for the NFL, Miami Dolphins, for the San Antonio Spurs, for Tottenham Hotspurs. He's done stuff in the Commonwealth Games. He's Olympics in South Africa. We got a little South African connection here going on. But this is actual insights from him of how he did these things at that peak level.
Yeah, so we start with this manual data collection. So we have all the data that we have. We have tons of it, and it's getting more and more and more, but it's all siloed. You've got your GPS over here. You've got your physios over here with their data. You've got a doctor over there, and you're all trying to find and trying to collate all this data into different systems there. The more advanced ones we've found, yes, they have things in a single place and actually have consolidated data, but typically people are following this process. They're going for this manual collection. You're spending time. Everything we're trying to do is about adding operational efficiency to basically increase the performance of these athletes. So how do we make sure we don't make any mistakes, we don't waste time, and everyone has their skill sets? I don't think that somebody who spent a lot of time studying sports science wants to be running around trying to find papers so that they can get to what they're good at, which is studying sports science and studying the athlete and understanding the body and how it works. And this is how it works. So we're misaligned in communications. We're not getting real-time insights. We're getting mistakes. We're getting slow reporting processes, and ultimately what it leads to is mistakes and injuries or poor performances. I don't know if this, I'd be interested to see, but I don't know if this talks to, if everyone understands this process and this is still how it's happening, but this would be the first room I've stood in and talked about this, and that goes, no, actually everything's automated and we can all communicate and everything's, there's no issue with finding data. We've got a video now. I don't know if we're going to keep the lights on for it, but yeah, we've got a quick video just showing where we are now, and then we get to what we can do with AI.
Meet Mike. Mike is a performance data analyst. Every day he collects GPS data from training sessions and manually enters it into his spreadsheets, one number at a time. But wait, Mike can't even start entering data yet. First, he needs to find it.
Here's what I got. I think that's a 5 or maybe a 6. Not sure.
Oh yeah, video stats. Check that USB. I think the file name is final v2 last.csv or something.
Wellness data? Ugh, I wrote it in my notes somewhere. I'll send you a pic later.
Now Mike has everything, kind of, but before he can even analyze the data, he has to piece it all together like a 1,000-piece puzzle. But what happens when Mike makes a tiny mistake? Oops. The coach trusts the data. Based on Mike's numbers, she decides the athlete can handle another high-intensity session tomorrow. But the data was wrong. Alex was already at his limit. And just like that, an injury, a season setback, all because of one tiny data entry mistake. But what if there was a better way? A way to automate data collection, eliminate errors, and protect athletes from unnecessary injuries. Stop the guesswork. Automate your performance data today.
So that's where we are now at the moment, and I heard some chuckles there. So it's definitely somebody has worked out that they've seen that, and that does happen. And this is where we're going. So now we're getting into actually how the agents work and deploying some agents. But we're at a point now where with these, as Ray mentioned, these agents that are working 24/7, going, churning data, consolidating data, cleaning data, we can start to make some real-time assessments, some real-time performance insights. We've got centralized communication. We get data is at our fingertips, but not just in the way where we used to create some graphs based on data we have in Excel and in spreadsheets. We now have data that's been interpreted, that's been cleaned, that's actually been, we have predictions that are coming through on what we have, things that we couldn't do previously. Something that the machine learning and the algorithms are really good at is the predictions. We could probably get there doing it manually, but it's not efficient, so we end up spending all this time that we don't have to get to the same place. And these days, this is now what we can do and how it works.
The old way of collecting data is gone. Welcome to AI-powered performance analysis. Instead of wasting hours collecting and cleaning data, Mike now gets answers instantly on the field.
Hey, AI, how much high-intensity running has Alex done today?
Alex has completed 4.3 kilometers of high-intensity running. He is at 87% of his optimal load. Recommend light recovery drills.
But it doesn't stop there. The AI agents talk to each other, combining insights across all data sources to provide deeper analysis.
AI, is Alex at risk of overtraining?
Alex's sprint load has increased by 23% this week. Gym fatigue scores show he is slightly overtrained. Wellness data suggests minor soreness. Recommend reduced intensity for the next session.
This is all powered by OpenSport, a platform where all sports data flows together through smart APIs and AI automation. No more manual spreadsheets, no more chasing down information, just real-time insights when and where they need them. With OpenSport and AI-driven analytics, decisions are no longer based on guesswork. They're based on real data in real time. This is the future of performance analysis. This is OpenSport. Ready to transform the way you analyze performance? Try OpenSport today.
So now to explain what we're doing and what we're trying to do at OpenSport and how we work a bit more technical, but what we're trying to do is consolidate all the data through APIs. So we take the esports example again. Compared to traditional sports, you have a lot more data that's readily available through API integrations. We can ingest all that, and it happens a lot quicker. What we're trying to do at OpenSport is to silo the data. So we've got different data sets. So you have performance data. If we take GPS, for example, in traditional sports, there might be 3, 4, 5 different GPS providers around the world currently, big ones that are used everywhere. It doesn't matter what sport we're talking about, but everyone's using similar ones. If we do this in-house, how it's working at the moment is somebody is there. They might have 2 providers. You might use 2 providers in your NOC. And somebody is there connecting to the API, pulling in the data, and that works for a few weeks. But they're also doing that for the second API to get the same data set at the end, that we want to see the same thing. The problem is one of those providers then changes their API. You have to go manually update it, and you're maintaining all these things. What we're trying to do at OpenSport is standardize that. So we create all those integrations. We create all those data sets. We take care of the mapping, the remapping, the changing, everything like that. And all you have to worry about is that single point integration. You pass through the ID if you want to use one provider or the other, or both. Pass through that ID, but your single call gets you all the information you have in the same structured way every single time. That allows us to basically train these, or start to run a pipeline in the background to create these insights, to start to create prompts, to start to do all sorts of exciting things now with the data once we get to that point. So as we train our agents and we start to build out our different agents, we just carry on adding more and more data, ingesting that data, and we have continuous feedback loops. So it's learning from itself, it's learning from the questions, it's learning from all the data that's coming in, and working out how it can make itself better, essentially. So once we deploy, we're getting better and better and better for every day that goes on. What I'll give you is one last a real life scenario. So where we were when we started AI, we have a single agent that's working on a single data set. So if you take GPS data again, it's very exciting. So if you're a performance coach and you're looking at high intensity load of a single athlete, I mean, that's incredible. You can chat, you can have information at the tip of your fingertips for an athlete on performance data. That's cool. It's interesting. It's very interesting to performance coach. Similarly with match data, it's a single data set, whether it's esports, whether it doesn't matter, it's still match data. You can train, you can work out who's made the most amount of tackles, the most amount of kicks, goals, whatever it is, and that's your match set data. So we have 2 agents that are running. But where it gets really interesting, and that's what Ray was talking about before, is you imagine a point where we now have this third agent, which we've deployed at, well, I'll show you afterwards in our proof of concept, which connects to those 2 agents. So what you have now is the ability to combine the data, but not only that, which we could do before, but not only that, you add reasoning at every level. So we have our agent who will interpret your questions, and you can start to get to a point of combining not only, okay, we're playing this team on the weekend, these are their match stats, they attack a lot, they hold the ball, whatever. Clearly you can see we've started with rugby and football, but yeah, they have a lot of time with the ball. So that means that we're going to make a lot of collisions in the world of rugby, for example. So what we need to do then is go and look at our performance data and see that an athlete now, okay, he's our biggest tackler. We don't want to overload him. So to get the best out of our athlete to win the most games, you now should consider taking out this athlete this week in this drill for the last 2 minutes so that his loading stays constant, so that he doesn't get injured next week. Those are the things we couldn't do before. So this is where it's starting to get interesting, and these sort of use cases are coming through. I think we're on product demo. Turn it down a bit, a tiny bit. So what we're talking through here is our first proof of concept on our open sport platform. Okay, you should be able to do it. There we go, thank you. Here's our first proof of concept. So this is where we start combining things. We get some API keys. We've been building this since the beginning of January, albeit there's a lot of work that's gone in before that. But we're taking our API key, we start bringing in information, and our pipelines start to work. So in the background, we can start, I've written there, but preparing the data, structuring the data, seeing what we can do with it to end up with our normalized objects and the objects that we need to answer the question. So Ray talked about building things specifically for you. This is what we can do with those questions. On top of that, now we allow people to change keys in our interface. We can update positions, and this is particularly around the reporting and the insights we're trying to get to. We can edit all different bits and pieces. So these athlete groups and the tags we're talking about, this is more from your analysis point of view. How do you want to tag and how do you want to report on your athletes and your sessions, your training sessions, your matches, your everything like that, your performance data, if we extend there. Here we're allowed to add some extra metrics and everything. So the question is, traditionally, we've got some very basic reports where everyone's got these reports in Excel, we've got reports in dashboards, all bits and pieces. But once you're looking at those reports, the question becomes, so what? So really, we look at that report and we go, okay, this person is overloaded. So what does that actually mean? What am I going to do? How do I deal with that data? So what we've tried to do here is show you we have these reports. So if you want to look at that, some people still look at that and want to see trends over time. They want to see bits and pieces. But we've built this out per session, collective reports, individual reports, and Ray talked about earlier, Dr. Wayne Diesel, who works with us. These are the reports that he used every day. I mean, they're very basic for the demo, but these are reports that he uses in every single organization he worked in. And I used to report on 6 months ago when I was still playing, so this has gone nowhere. And all these by group, by position, whatever, is all from reporting tabs. We have all the GPS raw data. If you want to do it structured like that, pull it out however you want. Showing a couple session reports. And player reports. But now is where we're trying to get to. Well, this is where we're getting to, and this is what we're doing. So based on that information, this is the so what. Okay, all right, he's overloaded. We can already start saying, well, based on there's some common factors, start looking at this sort of stuff. So you don't have to look at your graphs to interpret. We give you the interpretation of this graph straight away. and you can edit these on the fly to say, I am particularly looking at this. These are essentially the prompts that are passed into our models, and we use those to work out. Just for this proof of concept, we've got our 3 models down the left-hand side. We've got our GPS model, our match, and then our one that combines. And this is our final step. So we've analyzed the data, we've given you the insights, we've told you this player is now he's overloaded, but now we're getting to the point where we start to go, well, actually, what does that mean? I can start chatting, I can start asking questions. You can imagine sitting on the side of the field or in the arena, live at the event, just chatting away to like you do with ChatGPT. But ChatGPT isn't going to answer these questions, so these are connected to our specialized language models. And yeah, it's because we sit on LLMs, it interprets your question, interprets the language. You don't have to use the specific terms. It can work out what's going on. And now that's what we see, the future and where we're trying to go with AI, because this becomes very powerful. Thanks with you. Thank you. Oh yeah, he just took the clicker.
I know we're running short on time, but this is probably one of the most important sides. So also we're building a marketplace where you can access, so you don't have to come up with the AI agents yourselves. We have a network effect where other people are creating agents, other people are happy to share the agent, not their data, but the agent and the processes. And so you can get into a marketplace where NOCs, maybe the OCA has a marketplace of their own where all the NOCs can share certain agents. And so you can have that collective support and leverage whatever else is already doing. So current deployments, like Guy said, we're putting a bunch of stuff already in there, and this is just constantly evolving. There's more and more coming down the pipeline. But this is where it gets really important. What's the cost, and what does it bring back in value? So an NOC might have 45 sports that they're overseeing, 40 employees doing data collection on a regular basis, and analysis, coaches. Maybe they spend 5 hours a week collecting data. That's very, very low. I know it's a lot more, especially when you get errors. 10 hours a week doing insights. So you're paying them $40 an hour, it's 50 weeks a year in salary. Your investment costs, this will all vary. It depends on how much data and what it needs for us to build it out, and then the monthly cost. But you calculate, you're saving 30,000 hours a year by automating that process for these people. And obviously there's an ROI and a dollar value, but really what's important is what else can those people do with those 30,000 hours? They can actually do, like Guy said, instead of collecting data, focus on the insights, focus what they went to school for, focus what they're really passionate about, which is working with the athletes and helping them win. Now this is US dollars. What about in foreign currencies? What if I don't want to spread it across my entire NOC? We only want to focus on 2 or 3 sports. The numbers still work in your favor. Again, say there's 15 individuals that you're paying full-time salaries to collect data and give analytics and coaching advice. 5 hours, 10, 500 bots an hour. Again, you do it in bot collections. There's still a positive ROI on a regular basis, but always goes back to the most important thing is what can we do with those hours that we recovered? There is an opportunity to let some staff go. We highly don't recommend that because these are well-trained individuals that can be put to work in other parts of your organization. There's so much more that they can do with the organization that is just tied up with mundane tasks. So we talked about on-field performance, athlete performance, but where the real magic happens is once you start building these SLMs, they actually can run through your entire organization. In the back office, I know travel, so you got matches coming up on a regular basis. You can train your AI agents to give you instant data on who needs visas, whose passport's expiring. Actually have it automate those visa applications for you. Once you train them properly, it can just do all that work for you, so your staff is not spending all this waste of time collecting this information. It's all done for you. It's automated. Wake up in the morning, open up your laptop, it's all done. Then you get to the front office, merchandise sales, fan engagement. Again, all this data can be used in so many different ways. Another important one that just came to us is media and broadcasting. If your NOC is able to give real-time data and insights to media and broadcasters, what are they willing to pay for that? It's going to make their lives a lot easier, going to give them the ability to produce things that they weren't able to produce before. And that's where we get into new revenue streams, right? You unlock the value of that historical data. So maybe you don't want to share stuff from this year, but you have stuff from other previous years. You can monetize your data insights, collaborate with brands, and most importantly, commercial AI agents. I gave you that example of you have an AI agent that is analyzing field conditions. That might be a secret sauce for you. You don't want to share that. But the other AI agent that you've made that collects weather in real time, you can put that in the marketplace. Let other people use it, and you make some money off of it. So SLMs tailored to OCA, that's what we do. We'd hope that you partner with us. You can do all this stuff on your own, but we recommend that you work with OpenSport. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ray and Guy, for the excellent insight knowledge of AI.
5 minutes over.
Before we like two gentlemen back to their seat, I just want to double check if there's any question from the floor from our NOC friend or eSport Federation. Any questions? Yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it a lot. I think this is the future of sports, but there are certain sports when the athlete depends on judges and refereeing. So my suggestion is to look into gymnastics and figure skating because there's a human factor. Sometimes referee as a human factor can be subjective. So maybe in the future we can come up with something hybrid with human referee and AI referee, or an athlete may use AI in his training sessions. So he got his performance analyzed by AI. So when he comes to the Olympics, he's well prepared.
Yeah. So again, when we talk about the SLM that the AI agent's using, that's your organization. You might be able to access SLMs from other organizations, just share information about what we think these judges are biased towards or what they like to favor. And then again, they pull in from the LLMs. And that's publicly available data. We can also create specific APIs that scrape data from specific websites like ESPN or whatever that gives you more insight around your organization. So this is where Guy said it's constantly evolving. It's constantly getting better and better. And it's going to get to that point where you can actually get real-time AI insights. Say, hey, the judges is grading you this way. Maybe you should want to adjust your routine accordingly. I know we are short on time. We're around all day, so we're happy to answer questions. Okay. All right. I don't want to hold up the next people.
Hi. Do you actually have evals or benchmarks for these suggestions? Because right now it kind of gives the impression that it's quite heuristic. So especially when it comes to the end user's interaction with it. So why should they trust the information that's being provided? Is there a way to actually benchmark that?
Yeah, so specifically for the insights, what I didn't show is basically what we've done using with Dr. Wayne Diesel is basically used his benchmarks we've found in the industry. But to your point is that everyone is slightly different. Everyone uses different benchmarks, different benchmarks wants to see different things, particularly for the insights and particularly for prompting. So in the preferences screen, what we've done is giving you an interface so that you give us your API key. My goal was that in under 2 minutes, we can already start generating insights for you. But obviously, like you said, what I've done is chosen, say, 3 prompts per agent. I said, here's your standard, here's your prompt. But we've surfaced those in the front end to say, this is the prompt we're using. So if you want to change the benchmarks, you want to add more prompts, you want to change your insights, because the other thing to consider is that maybe the insights you want to use and the benchmarks you want to use are different to another user in your organization, or gym coaches are different to performance coaches, to head coaches. It's all slightly different. So we've used user personas and surfaced the prompts that we use so that you can edit them, delete them, whatever you want. But the idea that to have them there, like you said, is so that you get something in 2 minutes. We give you the insights straight away. You see value straight away. And that's why it's like that. Does that answer your question?
Yep. I think the personalization is the key aspect here, right? So somebody in your organization, again, strength conditioning coach goes in. They've got the prompts that they want to see, their favorites that they want queued up for them every day, different questions that they're going to ask. And then you might have somebody in your organization that's doing stuff with the visas. And they don't need to see the performance data, but they're going to have that same type of interface, the same dashboard, but their personalized experience for it.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, the gentleman in the back.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much for a wonderful speech. Going back to the human aspect of it. First of all, is my voice clear?
Yep.
Does it? Yeah, thank you. In terms of data accuracy, can the AI differentiate? My question is related to the athlete. Can the AI differentiate through the athlete's biometrics that is provided to the AI itself, that the athlete himself could be, let's say, not having the best day in the tournament or whatever, or is it only will it only say that the athlete is fatigued? There's this psychological aspect of the athlete, of course, in any tournament. So can it detect any trends, psychological trends of the athlete himself or herself?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So definitely, it's a good question, and where 100% where we need to go. I mean, you talk about psychological trends. One thing I have seen is where they've started looking. I can't remember what sport it was, but they started looking at particular athletes and said, when an athlete comes into an organization, if an athlete is a high-profile athlete, so he has a lot of interaction with the supporters and fans, and he plays badly, the load and the effect that it has on that particular athlete is a lot more than a normal athlete who doesn't interact with the fans as much, because they doesn't get as much scrutiny. So that's something we need to look at, and those are things that need to definitely be answered. And then in terms of asking about, just saying he's fatigued, another thing they are doing in the NFL is when you add video and computer vision on it, they are reading how an athlete is running, for example, and then they see a change in gait in the way he runs, and they go, that athlete's fatigued, so you can carry on using him. And now that's where the live feed becomes really useful, because you can carry on as the coach. You say, well, he's our best, we need him. And it's how far you push him to say, we know he's fatigued based on his gait. I'm going to make the informed decision that I'm going to keep him on, or I'm going to take him off so he's not injured next week. And that's what you got to do. But 100%, that's where the agents need to go.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. Again, you don't really replace the human aspect, right? You still need the humans to do something with that data, and whether they choose to or not, that's up to the human. There was another study that said doctors that used AI. So doctors that didn't use AI, I don't know the numbers exactly, but this is close enough. So doctors that didn't use the AI were 60% accurate. Doctors that used the AI were 77% accurate. The AI on its own was like 90% accurate. So what does that show you? That even when the human was using the AI, they didn't trust it 100%, and they didn't do exactly what it said, but it still was below the AI on its own. And I go back to garbage in, garbage out. Your AI is only as smart as the data feeds that it has. And so one of the things that you might see in that social media angle is really important. Your coaches are using all the data, the on-field performance, and all this other stuff, wellness reports. But if that AI also has access to his social feed, it might pick up that, yes, he might have told you in his wellness report that he's happy, but in his social feeds, he's talking about these negative things about the team or the locker room. This might play into his overall well-being, right? And that can't happen right now because the coach is not monitoring that social feed, but the AI can pull this information.
Thank you. Any questions?
Oh, there's one in the back here.
Yes.
Hello. Can you tell me how your AI is created?
How do we create the AI and how do we train it?
So we've used some OpenAI models that are on Azure as the LLMs, and then we've got services that are running that are smaller models. But we can talk about the technical stuff throughout the day if you're okay, rather than here. But yeah, we basically said, okay, taken a data set and said these are the things we need to answer based on Wayne or based on people we've been working with as part of a pilot program. Said what questions do we need to answer and structure our data around those questions and around the particular agents we've done. But I'm happy to jump in it later today if you want about how it's created.
Right now we're very heavy Microsoft Azure and ChatGPT as the underlying layer, but we're building the functionality to pick your LLM. If you prefer to use Perplexity or you want to use Qwen, you can pick the language or DeepSeek or whatever, or the large language model that you want underlying. But the key is the SLMs. We're building the SLM specific to your organization. You got another one? enhancing the LLM reasoning models.
Thank you. It's alluded to my previous question, which is that giving the user the ability to see how those decisions were made when the answers are being suggested will enable them to trust it.
So this goes into the short-term and long-term memory of the AI agents, right? You can have short-term memory where, like the weather report, it doesn't need to store the weather from the past. It's just constantly just pulling the new weather. But you can have other AI agents that have long memory, and that's where they're constantly learning and retraining themselves and give a better response. And this is where the magic happens for an NOC that has 45 different sports. That, if it's connected, that AI behind the scenes can actually learn from other coaches from other sports and just make the model better and better and better as it grows. He's more technical than I am, right?
Nailed it.
Yeah.
What about actually just using the thoughts behind the reasoning models so that they can actually see how the question came to the answer? Because right now it's almost like
so this is like funny when you look at DeepSeek or Perplexity, you can actually see its reasoning, why it's making these decisions and whatnot. I think an ideal situation for us, we would love to have the AI reasoning itself evolving. And this goes to that network effect. Because within an NOC, you've got so many different minds, so many different approaches, it can learn. But to your question, is that we'd love to do that. We want to keep going down that path.
And want to have more conversations because you carry on coming up with these great questions.
Lokesh?
Namaste, everybody. Namaste, Gay and Ray. I think this is a great product, and from an esports perspective, it's a great opportunity. Wherein all these games already have APIs and things like that. So, what game can we look at? Which is coming from your side from an integration perspective, or what?
Whichever one you want to give us. Work with us, right? Like we have to start somewhere. So we obviously started with rugby. We're going to look at football next, and we're going to propagate. I had a really interesting conversation with somebody about horses. The person has a lot of race horses, and horses are athletes. The jockeys are athletes, and so there's so much that we can do with giving them AI capabilities with race horses. But esports, again, there's so many games. There's so many different angles. We actually started, like I told you, one of my first investments was Battlefied esports platform. So we love esports. We talked to FaZe Clan. We talked to a whole bunch of different groups. We just haven't had the opportunity to start something yet. But we are happy and eager to work with anybody in any sport. Like Guy said, we viewed esports athletes as everyday athletes. Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
If there's no further question, let's give a round of applause to Ray and Guy again for the excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
So the next subject will be the opportunity and the challenge of AI to sports. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our next two speakers. They are Mr. Tang Xiaowei, the Technic Corporation Marketing Director from Alibaba and Sports, and Dong Chen, the CEO of Digital Esport Asia.
Good morning. Actually, Leo is my English name, so there's no change to the speaker as it indicates on the agenda. So it was a great honor to be here, spend a whole day with you to discuss the future of Olympic movement in Asia. Actually, my journey in the sports industry began at 2007 when I have a chance to be involved in the prepare of the 2010 Guangzhou Asian Games. And since then, I have the privilege to contribute my time to the multi-sports event. Afterward, there's the different edition of Asian Game and Olympic Game, the FIFA sport and the UEFA sport, which allow me to learn a lot of how to run a sport event from the sport industry perspective. But in the latest decade, I have been with Alibaba Group and Ant Group, which allow me to work in the industry from another role, that how we use the digital technology to drive innovation in the sports industry. So today, I would like to share some practice we have in the past game and some insight we're thinking what the future will be becoming of. First, a little bit about our company. So Ant Group, we started as the digital payment company. We serve over 1 billion users globally and over 18 million merchants. And we are always at the forefront of the digital transformation. Therefore, in about 10 years in the history of our company, we transformed into service abroad finance service. But most recently, we focus much on the AI-driven cutting-edge technology, which allow us to open a new business landscape. So I think on the other side, Ant Group is also a very important partner of a lot of biggest international sports events, such as Asian Game, and we are long-term partner of UEFA to stage the UEFA Euro 2022 and 2024. What we have witnessed a lot of practice how the AI and other digital technology have been used to empower the stage of the game. So when we talking about the AI, actually AI has long history, in a very long history. So the concept of AI has been introduced as the field of study as early as 1956. So, but in a very long time, AI remain, I believe it's theoretically, but certain of breakthrough, especially the application in some sports activity, has attracted the global attention, such as in 1997, the Deep Blue defeated the world chess champion, and in the early of 2000, I remember that the Hawkeye ball chasing system has been used in the cricket and later in the tennis. But the most unforgettable moment occurred, I believe, in 2016 when AlphaGo defeated the world Go champion. I think all this event helped the whole world to understand that one day AI may be outwit human being. And when we talk about how AI will impact on the sports industry, I think we need to take one step back to think about how AI will impact on our broad world. This is a map about the very important major industry revolution in the history. We can find that every industry revolution will lead up to a big leap of the productivity. In the 17th century, we have the steam engine, which empowered the production, and in about 100 years later, we welcome the electricity, enabling the mass production again. And another century later, we have the computer science, which reform a lot of business. So now we believe that AI will be the next driving force for the next time of the industry revolution, and we believe that the revolution will reshaping the business. And when with the increase of the productivity, that will come with the boost of economy, which is estimated that
Thank you. Please. Okay, my name is Dang Chen. So before I continue what Leo discussed, I would like to backwards. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. Just back to the topic that Leo just mentioned. We are now at the third stage of AI, right? We are at the stage of agent. And that next stage will be innovator. So we had a discussion the other day. The question is like, okay, if we move to the next stage, for instance, maybe AI will tell me, said, Don, you're thirsty. You need to drink English breakfast tea now. But I said, no, why should I? I don't feel thirsty, okay? But if I really want to drink, I prefer drink a Coca-Cola. But the AI said, no. It's time for you to drink English breakfast tea. So this, back to what Leo just mentioned, eventually it should down to people make a decision rather than AI. Okay, so just to summarize what open sports people, what Leo just mentioned about, the key value of AI. So we can see here, the main focus first is obviously to raise the efficiency in terms of promotion, operation, collaboration. So these are from the organization from a structure point of view. And then obviously the next important key points is to grow the business revenue, to grow the fan base of our different sports, and to obviously from sports side to raise the performance of athletes. And then reduction, to reduce the cost for our whole organization operation, to reduce the risk. And again, from sports side, to reduce the reduction and the prevention of injury, very important. And just, Ray and Gay just mentioned a lot about that. And then, everything will lead to the innovation. So we will see the innovation of the products, the new way to engage our supporters, our fans, and obviously the innovative business model. And then the question for us will be, so how shall we start to engage AI with our sports? This slide can explain a little bit more about how to unlock the potential of AI with our sports and esports as well. So if you look from the vertical direction, these are more business-related factors. So we'll see the business growth, obviously, cost reduction, customer experience enhancement, workforce productivity gain, new innovation, new product, efficiency, risk management. So these are from the business factors. And then if you look at the horizontal direction, so these are more related to our sports. So we have fan experience, organizational operation. We can see, for example, obviously here, this box, the renew and the retention of, more fans. Good experience leads the renew and the retention of our users, our fans, and then obviously this will lead to the business growth. And then, to continue, the event and venue management, this is very much in relation to the people who physically will be, in the game, in the competition, in the venues. And media content, this is for the mass participation globally, everywhere. So we can see, for instance, this, let's say, AI-enabled content cutting. So this is obviously will increase a lot of the workforce productivity. And then we also will have the sports side. There's a lot of the directions in relation to sports specifically. And then the last two is for the marketing revenue. This is more for business. Okay, so all of these books, they represented actually one direction for our sports and each of our organization to think, okay, where to start. Obviously, based on the our experience over the last 12 to 15 months, cooperation with different sports organizations, the actual place that we can start, there's much more details than this chart. But anyway, this is just some indication for us to think, how can we start? So I will, give some case study for us to have a better understanding. I will try to make it simple. Okay, so the first one, it's important, a bigger football leagues actually. Okay, so the case study is how can AI deliver the personalized content to add value for the competition, for the assets. So the problem is the general broadcaster, the normal contents of our current broadcast, it's difficult to attract those audience to keep paying, especially for young generation. So they may starting to feel tired of the older way, the traditional way to broadcast our sports or esports as well. So the AI solution is to introduce this heat map, the multi-angle views with a different camera, different way, and data-driven overlays, which means, imagine now Cristiano Ronaldo, for instance, he's now playing Saudi, doing very well, but his supporter, his fans, maybe it's not care too much about what is the final score, what is the team performance. As a supporter to Cristiano Ronaldo, his main focus is that, okay, he's my star. I would like to see the way that he run, the way he maybe how to encourage his teammates, maybe argue with referee, So that means, so those multi-angle views is actually the elements that his supporter wants to see. And data-driven overlay is the same, like especially in esports, there's already a lot of motion, action that with the exact numbers that together with the camera. And so imagine use it also in the sports or football games. So you will see the people running the speed of his pace, and then there's many other also the statistics. So all those new AI solution, this gives the new value of the content. So eventually the impact is good. They sell 20% higher in North American market, and then also generate the growth of revenue from advertisement, 15%. Okay, here's another case. Another important competition. So this is a critical problem, is the piracy, anti-piracy. So obviously, we own our sports, so we need own the rights, we need to protect our rights, but that piracy is everywhere. Well, so in the past, the difficulty is very difficult to track the stream, and it's difficult to find the proof. So now with the new technology, what we can do is we have the global pirate stream scanning, which means, and this, like Ray just mentioned, the AI don't sleep. So they will constantly track those piracy actions. And then once they track it, they will automatically give the digital world market tracking. So with all these two proofs all together, eventually the impact is 80% piracy reduction. We recovered, $350 million US. But more importantly, this is a signal, is a warning to those piracy. So they cannot, in future, their situation will be more and more difficult. I don't know. Actually, I think back in Hangzhou, we already have like a piracy court, right? Just to to protect our rights. Okay. Another final case. So this one I think is more relating to all the participants here today. So no matter how big the size of our organization is, we will need the social. We own the social media, the operation and the content creation. The problem, or let's say the challenge is now obviously it's not so, efficient. The interaction with fans, with the subscribers. You need a people workforce to work, it's people, we're human, cannot work 24 hours a day. So with AI solution, there's a lot of things that AI can do. First is the regulating information release and the content creation. So with AI GCA, AI generated contents, they can constantly produce the forecast, the story, the behind the scene, and also obviously to release in all the multi-platforms, Twitter, Instagram simultaneously. And they also will have the real-time updates, which means, we don't have to invest too much about the workload or, to use very enhanced technology, but the social media of your organization will become much more quicker and with much more contents. So this is the first point. The content moderation is also very important, because we need to make sure there's no something not improper that can show. But if you need people to constantly check every day, people may make mistake. Sometimes you can, some of the things, not the right content maybe happen. But AI can help to moderate this constantly. And obviously the multilingual, that's Leo just mentioned. Now it's, with AI's help, it can be easy. So we don't have to hire 10 translators to the translation of the language. We can easily translate immediately with, 20, 50 languages. And then also the next slide is the accessibility content. So for those people who has a hearing impairment, so the AI can enable the sign language broadcast and to generate the subtitles. Again, for those visually impaired people, AI can easily transfer text to speech conversation. So all these things will make our social media with much more, better than before. The last one is the fan engagement. For me, is also the most important part. So imagine that your social media, they can keep communication with all your users, with all your fans, and then they can, so let's say you have 100 users, then it's easy. But if you have 1 million users, make your job difficult, right? But with AI's help, still the AI will communicate with the fans constantly, and also they will generate the smart reply. And then also another thing is that they will raise the hot topics, initiate the hot topics. The AI will understand what is the popular, what is the heat, the news right now in the world. So they will generate the hot topics. And then eventually AI will enable your social media to recommend a personalized recommendation to your fans. And all these things will eventually make our social media much more attractive than before. Okay, to summarize what Leo and I have just mentioned, obviously, I would suggest that our organization, we focus first is to map those high impact user cases, which means we don't have to, because there are so many, even back to the chart I just showed, that there are already so many angles, but we don't have to start everything at first place. We can, develop step by step. We focus on those, high frequency happen scenarios, And then we develop the roadmap step by step. And obviously, we need to understand that AI is for the entire organization. So we needed to foster the cross-functional collaboration. And then obviously we need to monitor outcomes and the risks constantly. So eventually, like Neil just mentioned, this AI together with our sports is we need a complete framework, especially for us people in Asia, because as I remember, I'm from a sports world, so there are many sports actually starting from Asia Games, and then they gradually move into the Olympic Games. AI and the sports is the same. We need to have a united, all the Asian countries unite together, to under the leadership of OCA, and then to have a complete framework, and then together, I'm sure that again, Asia will take the lead in AI and the sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Dong and Leo. Is there any question from the floor? Yeah. Yes, please.
First of all, awesome presentation. I think it's really important for us to know where we came from to where we are today and what the future is. So you nailed that. But my question is on the case study about piracy. First question is it hypothetical or is that actually a live product? Second is, if it is live, is it deployed at the content creator level or the broadcaster level? And what's the implementation of that look like?
Yeah. Okay. To answer your question, it's live. It's a live broadcaster, and then obviously, the piracy we need constantly, to track what happened. So this is the technology is already there. This is it's a real case.
I want to make a comment, please.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so in China, we have a solution working with CCTV China for them to protect their right to broadcast multi-sport event on the World Cup. We call the blockchain-based service. Because we are working a legal system that we will use the blockchain to create a watermark all the feed they broadcasted when they have privacy taken by other organizations. That proof will be automatically sent into the court, and they can prevail. So I think there are two advantages of using the technology. On one side, that the cost to take advantage of privacy will be very high. You cannot run the risk of to be detected because you will be found out. The second thing is that we will drive those people who invest very small to get the right legally for them to buy the official right, which can bring new revenue to right holder. So I believe that in different countries we need to working with the legal system, because in China there's a Chinese legal system, but in other countries there may be different place. But the technology there, we just fit into the local compliance policy and can make it work in different markets.
If there's no further question, I would like to invite everybody to have a 15 minutes coffee break, which is ready just behind this ballroom. Thank you.
sporting spirit took root. Two distinct threads in the Asian subcontinent, the West Asian Games and the Far Eastern Championship Games, came together to form the Asian Games Federation. This, at the time, was headquartered in the newly independent India in New Delhi in 1949. In 1981, the body was renamed to the Olympic Council of Asia. Shortly after, in 82, the headquarters moved from India to where it stands today, in Kuwait. The council has stood as a testament to uniting the Asian sporting community, promoting excellence, fairness, and inclusivity across all levels of the competition, laying the foundation and setting up a playground for the journeys of remarkable athletes to come. The OCA hosts 5 main multi-sporting events. The Asian Summer Games stands as the biggest and most recurring event, with 19 games held so far. Welcome to Nazarbayev University, a modern and
Check, sound check. Sound check, 1, 2. Check, sound check. Sound check, check. Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1. Sound check. Check mic, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sound check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sound check. Check mic, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sound check. Check, 1, 2.
Mic check.
Sportsmanship. So far, 19 Asian Summer Games of achieving feats,
Check.
making and shattering records, creating history, setting the onward path for the Asian Winter Games. The Winter Games is a commemoration of winter sports in Asia, one that celebrates the diverse Asian landscape. A total of 8 Winter Games have been hosted so far. 1982 saw Japan ignite the dream of an Asian winter extravaganza with a legacy of hosting the 1972 Winter Olympics. Sapporo brought its experience and passion to the Asian winter stage.
Check.
Mic check.
A decade and a half ago, a new chapter in Asian sports was written. The inaugural year of the Asian Beach Games saw a celebration of youth, culture, and unity, igniting a passion for sports across the continent. A historic decision was made in 2008 as all 45 members of the Olympic Council of Asia unanimously agreed to host the inaugural Asian Youth Games in Singapore. The aim was to unite the youth of Asia, fostering a spirit of sportsmanship, friendship, and cultural exchange.
Fidel, switch the screen. I will do my best. The AC is not under my control. I will just wait for the VIP guests coming down from 5th floor anytime. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have a great coffee break. The second part of morning session, we will focus on how the AI and the big data in training, athlete training, mostly how to help us to help the athlete prevent the injury. And our speaker for our next session is Mr. Qiao Shuai. He's the Business Solution General Manager of Baichuan AI, which is one of the leading AI large model company focusing especially on medical aspect. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him. no further questions? Okay, thank you very much, JC. Thank you. Thank you.
Great to see you everyone here. My name is Yanlik. I'm a professional swimmer. I'm a graduate student of Nazarbayev University and also a professional swimmer who did a successful transition to sports science just recently this year. And now we're working on how to implement AI in sports, in swimming biomechanics particularly, if we talk about our project. And also to give you a little bit of context. So I also had an honor of being selected as IOC Young Leader program for the next 4 years. And we are starting a community-based project where we are increasing the popularity of sports swimming in our communities, especially in Kazakhstan. So our research is aiming to solve some problems. That are related to sports coaching. We know that we have to keep the longevity of healthy athlete's life so he can perform further before getting injured or sustain the injury or overtrain. Yeah, and we need to keep an athlete as healthy as possible at the same time to increase his capacity, working capacity, and allow him to reach his highest performance. Okay, this is a little table of context that we're going to talk about. So we already presented ourselves, the background, the rationale and objectives of our research, the data collection, how it performed, and proposed system architecture, and the case study of the prototype of the system, and we'll finish with results and the future implication of this program.
Nazarbayev University aims at education of the new generation of leaders of the country in science, technology, enterprise, medicine, public administration, and education. Nazarbayev University has a unique infrastructure. Thanks to a wide range of services and opportunities, we strive to create a thriving community where everyone can live, learn, develop new ideas, grow in a personal and professional way, and of course, enjoy life. There are 9 buildings of the university, with a total area of 100,000 square meters, which connects one large atrium with a tropical garden. The university has research centers. They are equipped with modern laboratories and high-tech equipment. The centers conduct research in the field of renewable energy, physics, and high-energy technologies and medicine. The university library has the largest English language collection of information resources in the country. It provides free access to more than 57 full-text scientific databases, to more than 1 million articles from popular scientific journals. In the knowledge repository, you can find those books that are not in all Kazakhstan and the CIS countries. Nazarbayev University campus is devoted to help students, faculty, and staff experience the full scope of university life. Cafes, canteens, shops, laundries, all these help students to focus on studying in the most comfortable environment. Sport is an integral part of student life at Nazarbayev University. Nazarbayev University Sports Center is a 6,000+ square meter multi-sport complex, open for NU community. Gyms, football fields, tennis courts, Olympic-sized swimming pool, and much more. Senate Hall is the venue for particularly important events. For example, PRC Chairman Xi Jinping, British Prime Minister Tony Blair, and many other prominent personalities spoke here. Nazarbayev University is an internationally recognized research university whose principle is the integration of education, science, and innovation.
Yes, so we are from Sports Medicine and Rehabilitation School of Medicine of Nazarbayev University, and these are our collaborative stakeholders that helping us to continue our research. So it's National Olympic Committee first, the Center of Practice and Scientific Center of Physical Education and Sports, the Labra University, Karaganda Medical University of Kazakhstan, the Norwegian School of Sports Science, and Medical Center Hospital of the President's Affairs Administration of the Republic of Kazakhstan. So let's take a quick look of how our innovative center looks. So we have here the biocircuit station called Technogym, and it's AI-embedded, AI-based biocircuit. So first you do the first round, then the system will adjust all the equipments based on your goals, on your needs, and your range of motion, so it collects the data. And after that, when you setting the goals, performance goals you want to achieve. And yes, and this Technogym system is successfully helps and aids your coaching experience, and it automatically proposes the progression related to one's goals, and such as modifying the numbers of rep, the workload, or speed. So here also a quick look at how the Center of Professor Prashant Center of Excellence in Medical Robotics and Research looks. So we have perturbation systems. We have a system developed for arm recovery, and also it can be used to enhance athletes' performance, aiding the strengthening particular parts of an athlete's performance and indicators. Is it fine? So yeah, another great invention is our state-of-the-art facility. Let's switch to swimming biomechanics. So swimming is a highly popular sport in the world where the smallest fraction of time can determine the winner of the race and the second place. And here the biomechanical analysis plays a crucial role in enhancing, improving the performance of an athlete. So AI can be implemented in sports in swimming biomechanics by analyzing a vast amount of data and identifying the areas for improvement. Yes, the tracking the inefficiencies, collecting the history of an athlete, of his or her results. And for swimmers, this insights, AI-driven insights, can optimize the training efficiency and provide the personalized feedback. And of course, for the coaches, it can aid as a decision-making engine by delivering precise and data-based evaluations. Yeah, if you watched Olympic swimming and historical for 100 meters mixed medley relay, you can be witnessing how AI already implemented in setting of sports since Olympic swimming. So here's this case shows the Australian invention called Lane 4, and we can pay attention to its core component called Sparta that uses generative AI and machine learning to do race annotation that significantly can speed up the process and improving accuracy of the athlete performance. And also Sparta can track the swimming in a race, measure distance per stroke, like all these crucial kinematic and biomechanical spatiotemporal parameters that are further can be analyzed by coach and help to understand how the swimmer is performing throughout the race. Yeah, I was butterfly swimming, so that's a topic of interest of mine. And what distinguishes the butterfly of other strokes is the complex biomechanics, is dolphin-like kicks, is synchronized body wave, and simultaneous hand movements, high energy demand, and that the breath timing is critical in butterfly swimming. So here's some of the key parameters in swimming biomechanics is the arm propulsion phase. These are kinematic variables that contribute to this arm propulsion and how we can extract the data. Further, the arm recovery phase is determined by stroke symmetry, arm recovery time, and the cycle duration, leg propulsion phase, and etc. Okay, also the breathing and rhyme integration and overall efficiency and speed. Yes, these temporal parameters of a swimmer are also considered in swimming biomechanics. Yes, and here when we have to this point of the performance analysis and also suggesting the program of how to improve the performance, we crossing the intersection between the individualized, the biomechanical just rules, physical rules of laws of swimming, and swimmer itself or himself, and here to personalize the training program that that coaches are providing. We have to consider a lot of individual anthropometric and other data related to a swimmer, and also effect of somatic variables such as muscle mass, body fat percentages. Altogether, they are responsible also for the stroke rate, the propulsion time, stroke length, stroke index, like everything. It's affected by the by somatic variables of a swimmer. So we also have to consider all of this when we are building our AI assistant. So why we need AI in swimming biomechanics, in stroke analysis? So it can precision tracking and identify the inefficiencies and areas for improvement. It can give the optimal performance metrics. It, of course, can help the injury prevention by detecting the drawbacks in technique. The real-time feedback also is a property of AI, and custom training plans. Our system is called AI Pioneer. The objective of our system is to develop, of our research, is to develop an AI-based prescriptive system for individuals, optimized and normalized evaluation from elite reference, butterfly swimming. When we are talking about the smallest fraction of time in swimming, I'm sure some of you in this audience know about these historical moments from the Olympics to 2008, where KUWAIT and Michael Phelps raced to win the gold. So Michael Phelps were aiming for his historical eighth gold. And based on the picture, can you guess the margin between these two swimmers? Yeah. We don't talk about seconds. We talk about milliseconds. So here it was 0.01. So we are talking about these crazy numbers where just like millisecond is important. So, and okay, it's high achievement sports. It's elite sports. But before jumping to these sports, before going to that, we need to talk about all of the athletes, all of the young people who are fall to reach their highest peak performance due to various complications during the training. It's the injuries, relative energy deficiency states, like everything, psychological factors that do not allow an athlete to perform at his highest, and why athletes struggle to reach their full potential. So can you go back? Yeah. So to name just a few, from the point of view of sports coaching, a lot of, especially the post-Soviet Union countries, they still use the one-size-fits-all training programs, and where the training intensity and volume may not match an athlete's natural adaptability. All these processes and threshold fatigue, and also strength and conditioning program might not target the athlete's specific movement patterns, limiting this refinement of their skill and performance. Of course, it's insufficient periodization. The second is just lack of individualized injury prevention. They don't use the proactive steps to prevent the injury. They rather do like post, when the onset of the injury or overuse injury is already occurred, like long time ago, and high training loads without monitoring signs of stress and in fatigue, insufficient focus on movement quality, recovery strategies, and muscle imbalance, reactive rather than preventive approach. And of course, in each stage of athletes grow, some of the coaches, they flow to identify the talents and just track their development. Yeah, so AI basically can be used in various settings. Yes, as other speakers mentioned, is not a solution, is a tool that can provide and aid the coaches. And if you can seize and capture this data and made it high quality, you can generate, you can train AI, you can build AI to help this to answer this particular question, like what, how, when, who, and etc. And to capture this data, we can use various data collection methods, including IMU sensors, the motion capture systems, whether it's marker approach or markerless, the speedometers, the endless pool or the flume, the, for example, tether, swimming, and computer fluid dynamics.
The thing is, because it's quite important to be in competition, and Nick rightly said that a millisecond that's relevant. So it's imperative that the entire swimming mechanics and swimmers' full potential should be exploited and should be used. And swimmers to be told like what is their maximum potential that they can achieve and when they are. So the kind of system that we have developed recently, it's called basically it's called conditional variational autoencoder. It's something that that is not new, of course. Well, in terms of AI, if you talk about, as one of my previous speaker rightly said, it's a quite old science. Like since 1955, people have been working in AI. If I can share my own experience, like I started teaching AI rather in universities from 2003, so it's pretty old. The only thing why it's called new is because the availability of the computing platform. So it's more kind of been implemented every spectrum of life. So this conditional variation autoencoder, what it does is basically it's one of the ways to create generative AI. Now the generative AI basically, as I said, it could generate similar profiles, or similar layouts. So what we do here is, we in sports we get a lot of data, and it becomes huge data. In every 1 second, with a sampling of 100 hertz, for instance, we get millions of data sets, right? And then analyzing such kind of big data, it becomes a very huge cognitive and physical load to the developers. So in this autoencoder, what we do is we convert the entire distribution of data into just two numbers by mapping it into a probabilistic latent space. So the huge data becomes just two, like mean and the variance. Right? So it's quite simple. But when we want to reuse it, so the entire data has been compressed to just two numbers. Now we want to reuse it. So we want to reuse. We use again these two numbers to create the entire distribution once again. Of course, the new distribution wouldn't be exactly the same as the previous distribution, but it will be similar. So it's called encoding and decoding. And through decoding, we can generate hundreds and thousands and millions of such profiles very quickly. But if you use, so that's generative AI, and we use, it can be implemented through this variational encoder, GANs, or transformers. We use the word conditional here to influence this generative process, to make it more interesting, to make this generator not to generate the similar profiles, but to generate better profiles that are achievable. So what we do is we employed, for instance, elite swimmers. We work with them, collect their data. When we collect data from the elite swimmers, we collect both. We collect data from the IMUs. So we attach IMUs to various body segments to them. And then we also collect their anthropometric and somatic features. And then that's for the elite swimmers. Then the data is processed. So this IMU sequences, it's a big data again. It goes through something called Kalman filter and Magnetic filter. So from IMU sensors, I can extract the data about the various body segments, positions, and orientations. Right? Now, talking about this anthropometric and somatic measurements, again, we collect them and we normalize all this data. We normalize IMU data, we normalize the somatic and measurement, anthropometric measurements. So normalizing helps us in putting all the data at the same platform, same level. And then with the IMU data, I can actually do the stroke cycle detection or temporal synchronization. All this can be done. The next stage, label the data. Like this anthropometric data or the somatic parameters are called conditional input because they are going to influence my generative process to make it more interesting. And the IMU sequence that has been converted, that has been mapped there, is called simply ground truth output. Give me 1 second. Now, there are two parts. One is encoder and the other one is decoder. And between encoder and decoder, we have a latent space. So the encoder accepts all the IMU data and the somatic parameters and then maps them into this latent space. The entire data becomes just two numbers, as I say. And then the decoder, it would take those two numbers, it would sample this encoded values, and it would generate new profiles, but with the conditions that are given through somatic and anthropometric measurement. So what we are saying here is that the new generative system, generative AI that we have invented, it can generate swimmers' profiles that are achievable based on their somatic and anthropometric measurement. So the elite, we are benchmarking the elite swimmers, taking their somatic and anthropometric measurements, taking their IMU sensing, creating a benchmark, and next I just need somatic parameters from any amateur swimmer. So from their somatic parameters, I can actually predict using my model, like what is the best potential, what is their best swimming performance that they can achieve, and what is their current performance, and how the gap between the two can be filled in. So this is about the decoder. This is the general system architecture. I don't want to bore you with this, but it clearly says that you can take all the IMU values here, and these are the somatic parameters that have to be it goes into the encoder, and then the entire data becomes like mean and variance, and then the decoder picks it up. Once again, considers those anthropometric and somatic parameters. Put together, the decoder can now generate new IMU sequences which are not just similar, but are going to be the best one based on the somatic parameters the person can achieve. So there are many things that goes into the in designing this, like reconstruction losses, and then there are divergence losses, and put together the total losses, they are being minimized. So every body segment has to be studied nicely, and then we consider what are the losses. And so the next stage would be to use motion engines. So you know how in ChatGPT you ask it a question, it would give you a textual answer, right? In motion engines, what we can do is we ask a question, and the motion engine will give us answer in the form of an illustration, in the form of a plot, in the form of a diagram. So we're going to use motion engine because swimmers, they need to be explained in various ways, just not the textual output. We also want some sort of displays and illustrations and diagrams as an output. So our model for an amateur athlete, it would give suggestions in terms of these motion diagrams, as well as in terms of some textual suggestions. Now, after all this, my actual work starts. So how do we implement this textual or illustrations that the model is suggesting to an amateur athlete to improve? And then, so we have a robotic equipment that I said, I told you earlier. In the Central Excellence, we work on this. What kind of robotic equipment do I need to design to focus on a particular muscle groups? So that remains our job. And here's a complete infographic for a proposed system that has been working. I'm very happy to see that this is some of the results that we obtained from our new system that we proposed. So it can regenerate the same RMA sequence as you can see for the elite athletes. This blue, which is the regenerated, the dotted one, which is the predicted sequence. I can use this as a benchmark to guide any amateur swimmer. Of course, this is done for swimming, but can also be done for other sports and other athletes. For future, as I said, we would continue working on it because the model that you create once, it becomes better and better over the time with training. So that's our plan, to make it more improved in time. With federated learning, we can actually reach out to different parts of the world and can share the data. We like to, as I said, create and develop these motion engines for better explanation to the athletes and uninformed people. We like to adapt to different styles of swimming, just not butterfly, like she loves it. Up to other sports also, the same thing can be applied to. And of course, our system, we would like to see, it should be able to tell athletes how to, what's the correct mechanically valid action so that they can prevent injuries. So yeah, thank you for your patience listening. I know we stand here before your lunch, but yeah, still, we will be happy to hear for any questions you have. Adrian? So it still needs to be further investigated because, as I say, lots and lots of experiments needs to be done to make the system more efficient, more accurate. The only thing that stops us, hiring more and more people, buying more equipment and sensors. So we're actually looking for funding at the universities. I mean, that's what universities do. We do research. We do research on the funding. So once we receive all that, it won't take long. We can do everything within a year. We can place such kind of a system into actually practice. It's possible. Thank you.
Yeah, can I also add? I think it also depends on the availability of the experts from the different fields. For example, what is your sport? Okay, let's say football. Yeah, football experts. If you're interested, you can contact us and reach us. We would be happy to step into new styles of sports. Yes. So it's multidisciplinary approach, team, and we need collaborations.
Questions from the floor? If there's no further questions,
sure. If they don't want to ask questions, we are still available during our lunchtime and the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our program remain on time. We have a shuttle bus arrangement from our OCA ground floor, take you back to Holiday Inn for lunch. Please make sure you come back before 1:30, no later than 1:30. Yeah. Thank you.
describes the lateral bend of the foot. Graph-feet, helping runners understand complex physiological data through on-gear visualization. About 40% of amateur runners suffer from injuries during the running season. Graphy uses data from the RunScribe sensor to help runners reflect on their running technique and avoid injuries. Graphy is an augmented running shoe that visualizes kinesiological data about the runner's feet and gait. Our prototype visualizes 3 metrics. Foot strike type describes which part of the foot, front or back, hits the ground first while running. Pronation describes the lateral bend of the foot. Impact Gs show the vertical force with which the runners hit the ground every step. Foot strike type, pronation, and shock are visualized on the outsole. The location of the most intensive point shows foot strike type and the value of pronation. The colors map shock to community average shock, with red representing relatively high shock and green showing low shock. We compared our prototype with the RunScribe dashboard in a user study. Graphy was perceived as more usable, producing more insight, positive effect, and less confusion in the users.
Hello, hello, chick. Hello, chick. Chick.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all, and welcome back. I do trust you have a very good lunch break, but I do apologize for the short period of your lunch break. This is to just help us to get the program run smoothly as possible as we can. Today afternoon, we will continue our AI seminar on esports and VR. And today afternoon, we have a great speaker from China, from Hungary, from Germany. They will touch on the VR and AI and esports. The next speaker is Dr. Yan Xiaotian. He's a professor of engineering himself. He's also the general manager of China National Virtual Reality Innovation Center. So please, let's welcome Dr. Yan Xiaotian, please.
Hello everyone, I'm Yan Xiaotian from the National Virtual Reality Innovation Center, China. Today, I'm honored to share with you some experience on the integration of sports and virtual reality, okay, which we usually call VR. Since we just after lunch, I think somebody will be sleepy, so I will try to make my speech more interesting. So I have many small video clips here, so wish you enjoy that. Okay, over the past few years, VR technology is becoming a global hot topic. For today's speech, I will introduce in 4 parts. First, let's go into the interpretation of VR. Now, please watch a short clip. It comes from the movie Ready Player One in 2018. When people put on VR glasses, you can see the equipment here, right? It's like a running machine, but actually it can be defined as a haptic force feedback equipment. You see he can move freely in this equipment. And the most important one, it's a VR glass, or we can call it VR HMD. When you put on this VR HMD, we can fully immerse themselves into a virtual world. They can do anything, go anywhere. Yeah, this is just what you can see.
It's a place where the limits of reality are your own imagination. You can do anything. Go anywhere. Like the vacation plan. Surf a 50-foot monster wave in Hawaii. You can ski down the pyramids. You can climb Mount Everest with Batman.
Yeah, that's just a showcase of the VR ability. I think this is quite a good movie. And I think it describes VR and the virtual world very accurately. And the more important thing is, all the devices in this movie, we can really have them in our real world. So I think this movie, this scenario will come true in the future. Maybe just after 5 or 10 years, I think we can get something similar to this movie. Okay, then let's go back to the history. The first concept of VR can be traced back 17 years. In 1956, engineer Morton Hellig designed a motorcycle simulator called Stereorama. It used stereoscopic video, vibration feedback, and two-way sound to let users experience in a three-dimensional world. Although it was big and heavy, it was the first time engineer attempt to trick the human sense. Here I use the word trick, and even we can call it cheating, okay? So, and in the right side, you can see it's a modern motorcycle simulator. It looks much better than the first one, yes? But that's the history of our simulator. So this first one, we admire that, this one, because it's the start of our virtual reality and the simulation industry. From 1963 to 1968, it was an important period when VR technology was truly defined. Okay, Professor Ivan Sutherland, known as the father of the virtual reality. In 1965, he introduced the concept of the ultimate display, which landed the fundamental principles for virtual reality technology. By 1966, he had developed a prototype of the head-mounted display. Usually we call it HMD. It is the first true VR device in human history. So Professor Ivan won the Turing Award in 1988. Okay, let's see the concept of VR in 1965. Professor Ivan said, the screen is a window through which one sees a virtual world. The challenge is to make the world look real, act real, sound real, feel real. In my opinion, VR is a technology always trying to cheat human senses from all dimensionals. For example, your vision with your eyes, your hearing with your ears, your touching with your fingers. Okay, now in some laboratory, we can even simulate the smell, okay, with your nose, even the taste with your mouth. So additionally, I think even the VR's, the best vision of VR, that it can trick your mind. It can make you that you feel you're really in the digital world that I provide you, but you are not in a real world. Okay. Okay, with the deep integration of high-performance computing, computer graphics, and advanced human-computer interaction technologies, VR has been endowed with unique 3I characteristics: immersion, interaction, and imagination. Okay, it's no longer limited to two-dimensional screens, but offers a more immersive experience. Next, let's go to augmented reality. We call it AR. It expands VR from fully immersive experience to more interactive and information-rich experience. Okay, in 2015, the company MetLeap released a video, okay, showing a giant whale leaping out of floor, splashing water everywhere. As this video sees, AR overlaps virtual information onto the user's real world. It's not completely replace the reality. The combines of the virtual world and the real world are very deeply. In the same year, Microsoft introduced the device HoloLens, named mixed reality, but I think it's still some form of AR, augmented reality. Users can not only see the overlap of virtual environment onto the real world, but they can also interact with their virtual elements to respond and the changes in the real world. You see, there's a person that he used his fingers to print a planet, okay, and there's a little girl when her father put on the HoloLens, and he can see his daughter and interact with his daughter. So actually, this is a kind of some kind of AR, that's the scenarios that many people are very interested in. So far, these technologies have given rise to many famous products. The first one is the Meta Quest 3. It's one of the most successful VR HMD on the market today. It's also the best-selling headset globally, with annual sales nearly 8 to 10 million units, and it has the most VR contents. And in February 2024, Apple launched the Vision Pro. Okay, for this product, why I think it's very important. So I think it's not a VR device for gaming. Okay, it's a kind of productive tools. We can read and send emails. We can edit documents with this new device. We can have internet meetings on that. And I think in the future, social media apps like Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok will be available on the Vision Pro, opening up a massive market. There may be billions of users who will buy the device and throw away their iPhones. Okay, believe me. For my experience, when I'm at college, I can only type characters on the website. And I think it's very interesting. And next to the website, there come out some pictures. Okay, even videos. Now the most famous app is something like Facebook, TikTok. It's just short movies, right? So now my daughter is she's only 13 years old. She's familiar with TikTok and something app like that. He will never go back, okay, to the period that I'm in the college. He will never type characters into website, and she will never think that's interesting. So when people are familiar with a kind of media, he can never go back. So for this Vision Pro, he can got 3D video capture. And for example, if I have celebrated my birthday, I use this equipment to record a video, and I will see all friends and family around me. Okay, when I go back to the video, I can very immersively feel that I'm still in that scenario. So think about the children, okay, maybe born this year or maybe next 3 years. When they are ready to get some information, they get these 3D videos. They can never go back to the 2D videos, right? So that's why I think this kind of equipment will exchange the smartphones maybe in 10 or 15 years. Okay. For the past year, classes have become the new hit.
It's huge. 9-5 here to the Frenchman, who won number one. Anto then has 5 match championship points. Only one asking, he wins it. He's the first ever Anto on-screen ITTF World Esports Championship.
On les sent plus confiants, peut-être un team play un peu supérieur. Au central, il va vers la gauche, il a plus qu'à aspect. Les TDS pour l'instant, l'équipe parisienne de Rad va du Europe, c'est pas pour le point. Ola qui fait le kill, on est à 98% et c'est fait. Ola qui se met en position pour gagner. Il va 4, vas-y Ola. Il fait ça Ola.
Have this feeling so quick. I've been felt for so long. Took a hold of me and won't let go. I've been sleeping, caught me off my guard. 'Cause you're in my space. Amazing space. I'm so. Strike a pose, you smash that.
Dr. Yan is once we human being experience or enjoying the benefit or the efficiency or the pleasure from the high technology, and it's very difficult for us to come back. Before I let Dr. Yan go back, I just want to double check if anybody from here has any question for him. Anyone? If there's no further question, then we will continue our today's seminar. Thank you, Dr. Yan. Just give us a couple minutes to change the laptop. Yeah. Our next speaker is, his name is Alexander Smith. He's a PhD student and also university assistant from the Vienna University of Technology. He will present us some subject about VR as well. Yes. The floor is yours, Alexander.
And I noticed I really like working with humans in motion, so that's how I ended up at TU Wien with Paul Wozniak. And there we are now investigating how technologies enhance well-being by studying user experiences, identifying challenges, building prototypes, and how to improve these experiences. Yeah. For example, we dove deep into a theoretical framework of how people use trackers to achieve well-being. So how do they formalize their goals, which starts very abstract and gets more concrete. And then we have qualitative goals and then quantifiable goals, which are then easier to use for computers as well, which then helps us to bring a lot more of the powerful technologies into it. And why do we want to bring computers into it? Because it enables all the cool future tech that we already learned a lot about today, which will enable new ways to exercise, better ways to exercise. For example, more efficient training, lower risks of injury, for example, by just addressing issues before they become bad. Engaging new audiences, of course, especially with all the VR games. I feel sometimes people are also tricked into exercising a bit. At least for me, it happened a lot during COVID. And also, as we've seen in the previous presentation a lot more elaborately, there's double-digit compound annual growth in these fields. So it really makes sense to jump on the train. So let's start with augmenting sports. First, we look into finding some research gaps and some general guidelines on that. What was important to the people we interviewed was that their experience, and especially outdoor experiences, should be augmented, not obstructed. People that exercise outside really want to engage with nature as well, and it should not take away from that experience and instead complement that. So just layering it into multiple filters of technology might not always be the right approach. It should provide explicit support for planning, which is often not done in newer technologies, because the planning stage is actually quite important for people, where they not only on an individual level think about what they are going to do, but also coordinate with groups, and future technologies could help a lot with increasing those experiences. Simultaneously incorporate risk management for people. This is usually done in real life on a group level, because if you're going in a group, for example, for a skiing adventure, you should really think about each and every one's capabilities and do assessment based on that, because otherwise you might get into really dangerous situations quickly. That's not easy in real life, but it's also not easy with technology. So, but combining that, we could make some progress there, in our opinion. It should also support multiple informal groups. Users want to share with some more intimate data with maybe closer circles, and some more public data with further circles, and they really want agency in that for what they share, because especially sports data can also be very personal, because it's quickly related to personal health and all those things. So users should really be able to select the right target audience for a given piece of content. And also, there should be multiple levels of those content selection that they can share. For example, maybe one user just wants to meet up at a precise location for doing a certain activity, but then a rock climber might want to share a lot more information, because they want to brag about the exact route and the time and which way they took, because it's actually quite important to gain recognition, and not just, okay, I went up this mountain, but okay, I took the hardest route and I did it super fast. Then We also do a lot of prototypes, not only theoretical stuff, so let me show a few videos.
Grapheet, helping runners understand complex physiological data through on-gear visualization. About 40% of amateur runners suffer from injuries during the running season. Grapheet uses data from the RunScribe sensor to help runners reflect on their running technique and avoid injuries. Grapheet is an augmented running shoe that visualizes kinesiological data about the runner's feet and gait. Our prototype visualizes 3 metrics. Foot strike type describes which part of the foot, front or back, hits the ground first while running. Pronation describes the lateral bend of the foot. Impact Gs show the vertical force with which the runners hit the ground every step. Foot strike type, pronation, and shock are visualized on the outsole. The location of the most intensive point shows foot strike type and the value of pronation. The colors map shock to community average shock, with red representing relatively high shock and green showing low shock. We compared our prototype with the RunScribe dashboard in a user study. Grapheet was perceived as more usable, producing more insight, positive effect, and less confusion in the users.
So what was cool about this project is it shows that we can collect a lot of data with current technology, and a lot of that data is really helpful as well, because especially for running, if you do it long term the wrong way, you can hurt yourself really badly, and if nobody tells you, you won't know. And all of that data can be visualized very nicely within the dashboards and graphs and everything, and the data nerds will appreciate, me too, but the average person probably won't dive into graphs on a daily basis to just see, okay, did my running gait change 1 or 2%? They want to have a more intuitive way, and what we tried with this and succeeded partially is to bring back this data-intensive knowledge into the field and make it understandable where the data is actually collected. Another one. So this time we have to do only music because it was quite loud and annoying. No, I mean, we muted this one because the music is very intense. So especially in open water swimming, it's quite problematic to keep your orientation, especially for beginners. And if you become disoriented and exhausted at the same time, that can be quite dangerous, where actually in extreme cases this can result in death. And so we tried to come up with a system that navigates users around swimming, which for ethical reasons we tested in a pool, but it should also work in open water swimming. And we had separate ideas for how to actually guide people. There was discrete feedback and continuous feedback, which are these two swimming goggles you can see here. And what was really interesting to learn for us during the testing evaluation was that depending on how professional people are, they actually prefer different modes of these goggles, which reinforces that there is most of the times no one-size-fits-all device, but we really need to make devices compatible, use a test, and see how it can adapt to the existing preconditions. So you can see it was random routes that were plotted around the pool, and we tracked how people actually stayed on course and also how fast they were, and then the individual preferences. And it actually, they deviated less from the course and also were quite a bit faster. But interesting discussion to be had in the context of sports here is, of course, also, is this cheating? Is it a training aid? Is it a tool? Where are the borders between this? And this will be a theme of the presentation. I will just show a lot of projects, and I really imagine this to be as a conversation starter that we can then later go over, or even at later days, and also you can discuss amongst each other. So I'm really looking forward to the questions and also connecting with all of you. So the next one is augmenting posture awareness for golfers. I'm not sure if there's sound in this one. Okay. No. So what we did with this is there was various ways how we gave feedback to golfers. Here you can see something on the arm and something on the leg as well, with vibrotactile feedback, and we evaluated how people want to receive their feedback. And what's funny about this study was the teachers thought it would never work, and in the end they loved it as well, because it helped them actually get their information across to the people they teach, where words often fall short a bit, and this made it a lot more intuitive to communicate accurately. And this also shows us that human perception is really important in sports, because we could actually not remove the human component about the golfing posture there effectively. So we still had human assessment in the loop here, but we'll see how that evolves. Okay, another thing is, this is a usual problem nowadays, especially also with delivery bikes, where a lot of phone interaction on the bike is involved. And we developed a bike interface for humans. And in the context of sports, I think this is an interesting conversation starter about the discussion of how much communication is allowed in professional cycling. If we make that easier for teams to communicate amongst each other, is that still fair? Do we want this in the competition, or do we want this implicit coordination to happen? And yeah, I think I don't have an answer, but it's a lot of interesting stuff to talk about. So we had ways of measuring how people are in relation to the bike, and then we have these different feedback methods on the helmet or on the belt that was worn around the hip. And we evaluated that, do people want visual feedback, which can also take away from actually following the tracks. So it has to be out of the way and easily understandable, and then stuff like colors is not always A, accessible, and B, perceived the same way by different people. So we really wanted to compare different modes. It also was a great excuse to do a lot of mountain biking. Yeah, and especially the belt around the hip helped increase the sense of balance awareness during rides, because the visual feedback took away from the riding experience. People mentioned that they don't want to always think, they have to parse the information. This was a lot more intuitive and just happened, where they really knew intuitively, okay, how far do I have to lean until I'm back in the place where I should be? And The fun thing about this was we had a very engaged mountain biking student who wanted to make mountain biking more accessible, but his bad luck is that he lives to the one mountain bike track that's accessible in the Netherlands, and there is no others. But I think he did a lot of progress to actually help people ease into mountain biking, and that's the beauty of science. It can be shared around the world, and so he still achieves his goal, hopefully. And yeah, a discussion, is this a training aid? Is this cheating already? Are these the modern training wheels? Do we want to rely on technology, or do we want people to learn that intuitively themselves? Do we begin with this and then take it away? What is the right position in time to take this away from people? Every question we answer always opens up a lot of new ones. And what's also interesting is just with a very few sensors, we were able to accurately, completely independent of the terrain, establish what the position is in regards to the terrain. And I won't dive too deeply into the math behind it, but there was just, I think, 4 or 5 sensors, and this already allowed us to completely extract how the biker is in relation to the bike, and then give correcting advice, which worked really, really well. Okay, beyond exergaming, which I think is no longer the only accurate term for virtual sports, which we have already seen a lot of very nice examples. There's amateur sports in the virtual world. I'm not sure how many of you know Swift. It gained a lot of popularity, especially also during COVID, when you could no longer go out that much or didn't want to. And the fun thing about this is professionals engage in this often during the off season, and on the other hand, amateurs engage with this and become more professional. And the boundary this way is blurred in the virtual world that would be there in the real world. And also this is a lot more accessible to people, because many people can't just commit to a random 3-hour bike ride after work, especially if they have family at home, or the weather doesn't permit it, or it's just dangerous on the streets, especially if you're not super experienced. Some stretches in Bavaria, for example, people like to drive really fast, and if you have a car whiz by you with 200 kilometers an hour on a bike, you will rethink if you want to continue that on the outside, and then Swift is there for you. Which with the perfectly safe virtual world. And then you can also do it together with other people, and find people that are on your skill level and ride together, which is a lot harder in the real world, because you might not live close. And so what this helped us is come up with a new term that we propose to call profification. Derived from the professionalism and gamification, which we both think doesn't really fit it perfectly. That's why we came up with the new one. Because what Swift does is not gamification. It doesn't take biking and add game elements like collecting coins or other stuff, riding around obstacles. But it actually wants to clearly represent biking in the virtual world, and actually is very committed to doing that, because it also uses real racetracks in the virtual world for people to drive along together. And there's 5 factors to that, which I will actually go a bit deeper now, because I think that's relevant in this context. There is the on-demand engagement for profification, where Swift enables users to train at their convenience, reducing the scheduling conflicts common in amateur sports while fostering a structured routine. This flexibility, combined with the ability to train regardless of weather or time, as I mentioned, supports sustained engagement. And with that sustained engagement, you actually can develop a more professional attitude, because you can commit to it, which often breaks with these cycles before. And it also strengthens achievement, unlike real-life amateur sports, where winning is actually out of reach for you most of the time, because there will always be somebody that participates who will be a lot better than you or have a lot better gear than you, but Swift finds people on your level, so you actually have the winning medal in sight, and then you have something to work towards, which really even hooked people that weren't in it for the competition originally. And then it facilitates team, as I mentioned, which also strengthens user engagement and team-based interactions, where they also coordinate and then they meet around bike riding, where they come up with strategies, which is not really that usual for amateur bikers usually, when they just go out on a stroll. There this can actually get really hardcore on discords with strategy meeting, even if they are not that far endurance-wise, which is really cool to see, because this stuff can be fun. And the sports strategy, as I mentioned, this moves a bit into each other. And there also is equipment development. Professional biking can be really expensive, especially once you go to the diminishing returns. And customizing virtual equipment in Swift then still gives you this personal and social function that reinforces the user's connection to their perceived notion of professional cycling. And the ability to acquire this high-end gear, even if it is only virtual, adds motivation, fosters discussion, and also enhances the immersive experience. Okay, but let's dive into the actual virtual world and go more into immersive media. As we've seen, there's a lot of data that can be made available about movement, and with that we can do a lot of helpful and also cool stuff, as we saw in the beginning with the visualizations as well. And the cool thing is there's VR, and that already relies on deriving really, really accurate data, and that data is then accessible to use for whatever you want to do with it. Also, not only about the body, but also potentially about objects in the virtual world, which then opens up new ways of interaction. And there's a lot of very creative stuff out there that's super cool. Both for lighthouse-based tracking, where you have like these infrared wave emitters, and also camera-based, where we actually are getting really accurate hand-based tracking now. So you could come up with ideas like a tracked fitness studio, where you track the weights, and then you can see, okay, are people actually moving the right way, or are they in the danger of hurting themselves, which I think is a common problem among amateur fitness studio goers, at least from my perspective. You go there and you're not really sure, am I doing this the right way, am I hurting that myself, and then you either don't have access to a professional coach, or sometimes the coaches themselves don't know. Okay. Let's talk about cool stuff we can do with that data. There was this interesting paper by a colleague of us who looked into the protoice effect, which is the behavioral, attitudinal, and perceptual changes that result from the embodiment of a virtual avatar and its salient characteristics. And that's just fancy speech for, I have an avatar that's different from myself, and for example, he has more and less athletic versions, and from the things we perceive of this avatar, it seems that they also affect how we interact with the virtual world. So we actually observed a systemic relationship between the avatar's athletic appearance and the perception of effort. So how effortful people perceive it. The effort didn't actually change, but people thought it was less effortful when they were a more athletic version of themselves in the virtual, not in the real world, because that takes time a lot more than in the virtual, where you can do it just like this. And also, we're still working on explaining the different factors to it. Body ownership may partially explain it. And yeah. Another of these phenomena is we had a Beat Saber-esque clone that we saw before, where you cut orbs to the music. And when we changed the ambient lighting from a pleasant, clean white to a very aggressive red, it actually changed the heart rate even for the same kinds of interactions, which was interesting to see. So diving into the virtual, and also from my experience at the museum, where we did a lot of semi-structured interviews and more than 500 questionnaires at this VR laboratory, there are some factors of primary importance. And the ones that really came up a lot were intuitiveness and interactivity. Those are the things people really want to see. They don't want to dive in a virtual world and have no clue what they'll do. Then they will just take the headset off and be done with it. And then they also don't want to take on a headset and then just be flooded with walls of text, because they can do that on a screen already. They really want to get in there, they want to experience stuff, they want to do it themselves, and that's also why we changed in the museum from a more narration-based approach to, instead of talking to people about the car, people could build the car, and that actually helped them understand the car a lot faster and a lot more fun. And also, if you play golf on the moon, you'll learn about moon's gravity implicitly and have fun at it. And then you really have to talk to people to find an end, but that's a pleasant problem to have if they are disengaged. And yeah, I think that's a natural match with sports. That's why I also like to research in that direction more now, because sports experiences are inherently interactive. It's all about how you use your body and how you improve that. And most people have prior experience with some kinds of sports, so you can actually pick them up at some point of experience and don't have to start at zero. And then it's a metaphor that they can use to more easily access the virtual. And what kept sports in VR back a bit, in my opinion, was how clunky VR headsets were. They were heavy, they were hot, and really after 15 minutes you were sweating, and then it wasn't really a lot of fun. Now they are getting lighter, they are running cooler, there's a lot more performance in it. You don't have to be tethered to a PC, you can just put on a headset and all the calculation is done there, and that helps a lot. So I'm looking forward to a lot of progress in the field. And here you can see me actually wingsuiting off the Alps, which I probably won't do in real life. And yeah, that was a lot of fun. So it opens up new experiences. Let's go in a few real-world examples that I think have some potentially less conventional approaches to exercise, and that already exist. All of these are games that people can play already. Some are even years old. Some are, I think, 7 or 8 years out already. And what's interesting to me is that many of these games really were up there in the top lists and remain up there in the top lists, as we saw with the example of Beat Saber that sold in an extraordinary amount of units. And there's a lot of creative ideas, and so I think they also serve well as a discussion basis of what the state of the art of physical exercise in the virtual world is and where it can go. So let's just go through them. And they are not marketed sometimes as sports. This is the closest one still, where you're just doing boxing in VR.
Who's next? Fight!
I'm next. I'm next.
After dinner, I'm next.
I'm next.
I'm next.
I'm next!
All right. And what I think is interesting about that, we can observe a lot of things like...
Gentlemen, beasts and monsters!
Okay. What's interesting about this is that we can observe these proofification effects as well, because it makes boxing accessible. Not everybody wants to get hit in the face on a regular basis, and they can still learn about boxing and about the theory, and then they will also enjoy the sport more because they experience it themselves and saw what skill there is to it, actually. Yeah, Sprint Vector was quite interesting to me as well, because it makes running fast fun to a lot more people.
The moment you have all been waiting for is finally upon
interesting is people are attracted by the visuals and then they are tricked into sports, which is always a nice thing because then they get to do more sports, or they come to exercise and then can do it together with people. And this was a really, really popular title, and I think it also seemed fun at first, but then it was actually really exhausting, and then you're navigating around the virtual world by grabbing along objects and moving this way, and this helps with simulation sickness, where you don't get moved as much without moving yourself. But then it trains your arms a lot, which you really notice fast. I just want to show.
Here we find a most curious creature, moving on two paws, able to traverse great distances, to defy the laws of physics. The gorilla, or monkey, as the locals call it. Now we meet a newborn of the species.
Wow.
Entering the world without the fine regalia of its elders. Its movements erratic, untrained, the baby swings wildly here and there, crashing about. As a full-grown adult, the monkey gains fluency of its form. A social animal, it learns from its family. Its movements achieving finesse, even beauty. The fully mature monkey masters the rituals of its kind, the displays of dominance, bonding, and cave wave. And together, these moments become a poetry of motion, breathtaking to behold, known simply as gorilla tag. For to play gorilla tag is to truly reject humanity and become monkey.
I think that actually has a lot of themes that go into learning sports as well. You struggle at first, and then you get hooked because you can learn different things, and then you really notice how you get better and better at it, and then you can also start to get competitive, and then you actually play tag in this game, and then you really want to improve your scores, and yeah, that's also fun. And I think there's like a lot of new creative ways that just emerge for physical exercise. Of course, Beat Saber. Can't not show it in slides like these. I think most of you will probably know it. What's fun about this is the concept is really simple. Boxes fly at you and you just try to slice them, but then it gets hard pretty quick, and you get into this flow state, and then you can't stop. And this really saved me during the lockdowns, because I only had a one-bedroom apartment and I couldn't do a lot of sports in that. But I put up the mattress, I jumped into Beat Saber, and then I got my full workout in, and I was done for the day. And that was really cool, because with simple things you can do such engaging experiences, and that this is still popular, even though it came out with the first Rift, I think, is a statement in of itself of how well this can work. There's also more traditional gamey games where
Roll has fallen. In its place, monsters and twisted trees lie by. Rise up, champion. Stop this madness.
think there's really something for everyone in the spectrum of more close to sports or more close to gaming. And that's what I get really excited about, because I feel this gap is really narrowing. Sports get more physical again, games get more physical again, and sports can also go more esports and get gamified, and there's a large gap where a lot of people reside that now also have fun stuff to do. Just one more interesting example where completely new gameplays emerge. This is inspired by Avatar Earthbending, where you actually fight with Earth, and you make different shapes and they counter each other. It's a very sophisticated rock, paper, scissors thing where bigger rocks fly slower but counter smaller rocks and stuff. And this was more a interaction prototype originally, but then people got really into it and developed really crazy strategies where they push themselves up in the air, and there's professional matches now that are absolutely insane to watch, and this is such a amazing thing. And I would also classify that as sport already, because it's so physically engaging, and also there goes so much theory into it. You can even see people coaching each other and coming up with plans how to train these moves, because you really have to do a lot of repetition until you can do that smoothly. And that also, this stuff emerges kind of naturally in VR, and that's cool, because this wasn't a sports person that developed it. It was a game developer who came up with a cool idea, and then it emerged from that. I think most of you know Ring Fit Adventure as well, probably, which also was a gamified approach where you just had a new controller. And I think there's also a lot of interesting stuff to research there, which we also want to dive in at our university, coming up with new ways to interacting with the virtual world. And if it doesn't load, it's not a huge issue. But what it basically did is it took the two Switch controllers, it attached them to a ring, and then it did all the crazy stuff you can do with a ring, which at first seems pretty lame, but then they really come up with stuff where you bend it and you move it around and you interact with the world. So I can really recommend looking into that, where with very simple things you all can already do really engaging experiences. Okay, last video, because I teased it in the picture of me with the wingsuiting. This is actually a component game, and there's also international leagues for that, where these flying simulators that you are just strapped into were internationally in a lot of fitness studios, and people do have an annual championship. And this doesn't look super hard, but because you have to lift your core constantly and have to react very fast because you're in this Star Wars-esque ship, it's intense from my experience. It looks a lot easier than it actually is. And it trains a lot of muscles that are usually quite hard to train. So this can also be very effective for rehabilitation, where it's also used a lot by professional doctors. Maybe not with this game and a bit slower pace, but also then you can transition into this game at one point, and then you can just keep your exercise regimen and have fun at it. Please, not more. And again, there's a lot of precision engineering involved with this thing, but on a technical standpoint, this is quite simple. You just grab this thing, and there's no electronics in it. You don't need to plug it into a wall. You just rotate it, and from a gyroscope, it reads all the data it needs, and then you can have really cool interaction ways already. It's just this tiny black box. You pull into one of the handles. It has 3 buttons, and then you can go, and then they have a lot of interesting experiences just because they motivate your body to be used in a different way. And I think there's also a lot of potential in it. And so I don't bombard you with like another 1,000 videos because I could go on. There is a resource that I recently found, which I think is quite interesting because it looks from a physical activity perspective on various interesting VR things that became popular, where it goes into how much calories are burned per second and analyzes this. So if this made you interested, feel free to take a look into that. And yeah, with that, I am happy to open the discussion, and I'm very excited for the time that will come up in both VR and sports. Thank you.
What I got today is now I know why the Meta, the stock price rose so much in the last 2 years. It's all here today. I should have known this much earlier. Thank you very much, Thank you. Thank you. Just also give us a couple of minutes to change the laptop. Our next speaker is Dr. Vamsi Kiran. He's a senior researcher from International Techball Federation. Let's welcome. Please.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vamsi. I come from Hungary, and I am a senior researcher at the International Federation of Techball. May I ask how many of you have seen Techball? Know it as a sport? Okay, cool. So Techball is basically a football-based sport, and it is played on a special curved table. So if you haven't seen Techball, it looks something like the bottom right part of it. Well, today I would like to talk about the digitization, especially the data, and how is it useful, and how is it made possible for training models, for analyzing and for enhancing the performance of athletes, if I could say. Well, talking about digitization, well, looking at the videos and trying to understand where things went right, where things went wrong, dates back to 1980s. Where actually the US coaches came up with sport analytics. It's called sabermetrics, which is basically a coach watching a VHS tape and trying to make measurements for batting, and we know the pitch measurements, and trying to understand the ways to improve, to grasp the insights of the gaming into the gaming, and measure the in-game activity. But this all happened in the mind of the coach back then. It was more like a coach watching a tape and writing notes. That's how the data, but the digital part is the VHS tape, if I could say. But with the advent of wearable devices, we have more and more data that is coming along. We have GPS trackers, and we also have heart rate monitors. So these are still lightweight and can be carried on the body of the athlete. And we also have the digitization coming on several aspects of the sport as well, not just gathering the data of the athlete, but the digitization also happened on the officiating part. So as many of us already know, and we also saw in earlier presentations, OCA is kind of a big name in this officiating games. They have actually revolutionized the whole concept of tracking the field, tracking the players, tracking the ball, and also helping the umpires to to make the right decision when it's not quite apparent. There are also, of course, a lot of other things that have happened, which I do not touch in this presentation because this is not my field of expertise. But of course, digitalization also went viral in broadcasting. A lot of football fans want to see the matches in different viewing angles and things as such. So it also has affected the fan engagement. Where we have the first hit with the not just the data collection but the devices itself that can communicate between each other using the internet. We have the IoT revolution that actually made possible lots and lots of data that is coming along. And today the collecting data for sports really look like quite an easy job, since we have lots of trackers, we have lots of data, and lots of also computing devices that actually are lightweight, that people can carry, and eventually it seems like there is no clear border between what's physical and what's digital. So everything seems like digital. Everything can be measured and everything can be looked at. So, well, this is more and more. This has become clear with the Olympic Virtual Series trend. It's actually back in 2021 when in the 9th Olympic Summit, IOC has acknowledged that we have physical sports and also non-physical virtual sports. So both of them are recognized, and we have also seen a lot of esports in Olympic Virtual Series, and there is also a whole new first ever Olympic esport event that has been promised, and it will be soon inaugurated in Saudi Arabia in 2027, which actually shows a really interesting trend in the real sport as well as in the digital version of it. So let's talk about data in this context. So I will try to basically present some of the metrics that might be interesting for, it's kind of a global metric that can be useful in a multitude of sports. But I must say this is not everything. So we have figured out like 8 of these dimensions that might be used in the past years. Also historically, these dimensions have been used by the coaches and also the athletes. For example, the speed and acceleration, how far a person can move from point A to point B, how fast he could move. I also tried to put in the data collection equipment, the digital equipment that is used to capture this dimension of an athlete. So we have the GPS trackers, and I'm sure quite many of you are familiar with Catapult, which is actually a jacket kind of thing that nowadays you would see football players and NBC players are wearing when they are playing the sport. Agility, which is how fast a player can move, change in the direction, and also it's something like a reaction time, and we have force plates and we have motion capture systems. Well, I must say most of these motion capture systems that work really well nowadays, they are somehow limited to a studio environment, studio setup. But there are also available the counterparts of it, which allows you to track without a specific need of being in some position, or without the need of some cameras, IR cameras looking at you. But these are, say, less precise. And the third one is the jumping ability, how much explosiveness a player has to how much of the height that he could jump from the ground. And we have force plates. Here, these are quite a traditional equipment. These are these jump mats. And the fourth dimension is strength and power, necessarily the amount of effort that you could do at a given amount of time in a very small amount of time. We have dynamometers or wearable sensors, and endurance and stamina. It's like how much can you take an effort for how much given amount of time. It's like the VOX 2 Max analyzers. They're also available at the moment, and of course you could also kind of extract the same data from heart rate. Flexibility, this is like also an interesting and important dimension. Many sports do need them, many sports maybe need them to a less extent, but this is more or less like a range of motion that a player has. These are also easily trackable by the motion capture systems like a 3D motion analysis tools. We have OptiTrack, that's kind of state of the art, I would say, as far as I saw. And the reaction time measurement, this is important, especially in the context of esports, when we have to really see how fast a player reacts to a given change in the game or in game decision making. Let's say, but in real sports, reaction time also counts because it's actually gives you an idea of how fast an athlete is able to adapt to a given situation. And the last dimension is balance and coordination. It's about the level of the motor controls that the body has, all in all, and trying to understand if there is some part of this connection, this coordination that is missing. And this is also quite an important dimension. And again, balance plates are a really good tool in here. So just talking about, if we have, let's consider these 8 dimensions and let's see how can we actually make use of this digital data of an athlete to understand his performance. The usual workflow goes very much like this, which is we have the data sources, which I mentioned earlier, multitude of data sources, sensors, and we have a dashboard. I mean, most of the equipment do come nowadays with their own dashboards, but there could be a unified dashboard, which maybe some federations might build them for themselves, or some coaches might, use some open source dashboards, which might help coaches for, get insights into the data. Let's say to kind of minimize the dimensionality of the problem. If we only take these 8 dimensions and let's say we have 3 players, we could have this nice radar graph of on in which dimension which player is having a better performance. So this is kind of a very simplistic example of how a digital data taken from a digital sensor can be used to understand an athlete's performance, thinking that we have these dimensions that are important in Olympic sports, let's say. There is also a bit more advanced version of this, which are basically used and are also famous. These are based on statistics, and this has also a very big history in elite athletes, coaches, programs, and they are like quite extensively used. A principal component analysis, which I think many of the Olympic coaches are very much fond of this method. So this is principal component analysis. Basically, what it does is it tries to reduce the dimensions of those performance metrics. Let's say I have 8 of those metrics that I have presented earlier, and I would like to condense some of these dimensions into 1 or 2, and I don't know which one of them to do. Principal component analysis is your tool. And regression analysis, another statistical method that would help you to understand basically patterns. So you throw a bunch of data that you got about an athlete, and athlete B, athlete C. If you want to understand the patterns that are existing within these 8 dimensions, it would give you nice clusters, and it would give you the closest points. It would give you the distance between the points of different players. So this is also a statistical method that has been quite extensively used. And last but not least is time series analysis. This is the third method, statistical method that came really handy to understand how a player's performance is evolving over time. To understand, it's something like a stock market. What happened last week? What happened last month? What happened past hour? So it's more or less like a really manual tool to understand the past, to learn about the past, and think about future. Like I would add, for example, some kilos of weight on some weightlifting athletes' routine or things as such. time series analysis is really a useful tool to understand how much to increase, how much to reduce. So with this slide, I want to present you an idea of what could be something that is not okay with those training regimes, or kind of understanding what a player really is doing. First of all, there is a lot of loss in the interpretability, which means that there are these multiple dimensions, and principal component analysis is there for you to understand, okay, which dimensions is important to which extent, and probably, it kind of merges in different dimensions, but probably we don't really understand which dimension is important in which sport, and probably one sport has a different merging of dimensions, another sport may have a different merging of different dimensions. And the other thing is also linear assumptions. So basically what we have data is from digital sources, which is basically what we have at the moment. But it involves a lot of other things which it may not really account to. And this may result in linear assumptions, like yesterday I did 10 kg, today I did 20 kg. Doesn't mean tomorrow I would do 30 kg or 40 kg. So the linear assumptions are not really valid there. There is also a lot of context information that is missing, and also subjectively, it's on the subjective analysis. Apart from those statistical methods I showed you, often coaches also tend to incorporate some subjective opinions or subjective views of the person. These are particularly important in elite sports because a coach is quite close with his own athletes, and he would really understand his private life, his psychological stress levels that he can take, and stuff as such. So subjective part is also quite important in this, and somehow the manual observations are not quite valid in all the situations. So all in all, we have limited data points, we have limited performance metrics, and we have limited tools to understand. And basically all of this happens, like a kind of post-processing. So once we have the information, we have the digital data, we could do something about it. But it may not be always happening in real time. And this is where we kind of took a little turn towards AI, which is also somehow trying to do the same thing, but much in a different non-intuitive way, I must say, because what it does is it's really good at taking vast amounts of data and trying to understand really complex patterns within the data than the simple statistical methods, even those that you wouldn't even think of. Well, basically it's really good at extracting the patterns which are human-like, because it thinks like in terms of neurons and connections between the neurons. But here we are now limited with data. So what it does, it's quite smart. It's quite like non-intuitive, as I said. But if you train it right, it's able to deliver you the right solutions. But what is the right part of the training? What is the right data? That is a million-dollar question. And it is really important to understand the role of data here. It's also important to understand what's the right way to present data, and what's the right feature that actually presents the data as a useful resource. This is kind of chicken and egg problem, because if we have the right data, if you have the expressive features, probably you would just look at it and you would say it. But on the other hand, AI might be able to do it in a much better way. So it also abstracts you in a little way, because you have access to data, you take the data, but then it's good most of the time to leave the model to learn the data rather than you trying to push it towards some dimension or bias it towards some dimension. So now the trend is more about collecting the data, as much as the data we have, as much as the understanding of the athlete we will be having. So the data and AI are becoming a big thing, not just for the fact that it is outsmarting the statistical methods. It is also doing the solution scalable, which is quite an interesting thing. And well, we heard this in few talks since the morning about the same thing, that it's more and more scalable. It provides us a real-time feedback. So once we have the model trained and you want to understand some aspect of a user or an athlete, you could right away grasp that information. Probably this is the beginning of democracy in sports, which means that the amount of knowledge and the intellectual tools that elite athletes have nowadays, or maybe everybody will have it in future in their own maybe smartphones, and maybe try to understand the performance drops or improvements. There is also a little more into it. This is something I would also like to present you briefly, because I've been dealing with this for like past 4 or 5 years. So basically, I'm a computer vision engineer, but using that into sports is something quite a new direction for me. Skeleton tracking itself is a really huge challenge that it's kind of a research topic for like last 5-6 years. Earlier, they also wanted to work on finding the joints, but more or less it's like a optical tracking problem. You have multiple cameras and then somehow it's solved. But with the advent of AI, people started to relook at it just for the fact that you could do it with just one camera, just one sensor. What it means is that you can basically have a video of a person, video of an athlete, for example, performing a sport activity. And what you have is multiple joints of that person, and what you could extract is quite an interesting bunch of statistics that, for example, understanding the angle between the joints, and also nowadays we can get the 3D representation just from one image. MediaPipe has already a built-in solution. And also there are also existing solutions that try to build 3D models of humans. There are these SMPL parameters, but these are somehow still they need much more improvements because they're not real time at the moment. When it comes to multiplayer sports, it also has quite an important remark in there, that it actually understands a position of each player, also the 3D pose of each player, and kind of understand the interaction between the players and also the objects of the interaction. For example, a ball there. I'll show you why this actually is important to have this skeleton tracking. So this is actually a small application that we have been developing. It's called Skiller. Probably some of you are already using it. So what it does is basically what we have here is a professional trying to show you what sort of drills you must be doing, and also you have a smartphone application that first shows this information. And what you do is you start your video camera, and then you sort of repeat the same. And what we have here is multiple AI models running, trying to locate the objects, trying to so basically what we had there is object detection model that locates and localizes the ball, and we have also a pose detection model which tries to understand the movement of the player and the movement of the joints, how fast he moves, and the interaction with the ball. And well, it's made for fun. It's actually for beginners, not really made for elite athletes. It's more like it gives you a score based on how well you perform. For example, with respect to Ronaldinho, gives you a percentage of performance percentage when you compare to I would also quickly show you another interesting breakthrough that we had. But before I kind of start this video, I would like to again point you the importance of having a correct skeleton tracking. It's because we know we have 4 athletes here playing tag ball at the moment, but it could be football as well. It could be any other sport where a bunch of people are there. It could be single player, multiplayer sport as well. So revisiting the sport and getting the data in the past, it's a kind of really powerful tool. What it means in real is that we have a bunch of broadcast videos for different sports. Let's say we have a bunch of football broadcast videos, but how would you get the data from them? It's actually done. It's actually happened. And probably for somebody like me who is working in some remote lab, I wouldn't have access to all those multiple views, multiple camera views, but just one final edit of broadcast video, something like this, where the camera is constantly moving, players are constantly moving. It's hard to grab any sort of reasonable, reliable, valid digital data so that I could train my models with it. But using skeletal information, I could actually detect and track all the players and understand their joint movements, understand their joint velocities, mobility aspects, and also the all these dimensions I have showed you before, just with one camera, and there is no trackers that are placed on the body of the players. And there are also here multiple models running. We have the ball detector, we have skeleton detector, and on the top we have this action detector, which is using a sequence of frames and understanding for each frame, like an update in the state of the player and seeing what he is up to. As you could see, the camera is panning left and right. Players are going close to each other, away from each other, and still the model is able to really differentiate who the player is, and the missing players are also accounted for if it's going out of the field of view. So it's quite an interesting breakthrough, I would say, not just for the fact that we are able to automatically identify a player's actions. We could also, for example, do this for the past few years of tag ball broadcast videos and maybe run it over a night to gather million data points, and that could be quite an interesting way to gather digital data here. Well, there are also some challenges in here. Well, I would say these are the challenges at the moment. Probably there would not be a challenges in the future, but at the moment this is something looks funny, but there are some complex poses which are really hard to understand. Basically, if you have only one video, one person doing something, performing some sport, and you want to understand his pose, or maybe do a virtual avatar of the person by taking the pose, you may end up in situations like this that we don't really know where the head is, where the legs are, how the body is oriented. This can especially go even worse in sports that involve complex movement patterns like the dancing and also other fighting-based sports. So it's a kind of a small. I wanted to give a brief understanding of which methods fit where. When it comes to precision, I would say the traditional methods of using the reliable data sources, the digital sources that we have that are presented in the first slide, they're quite precise. AI-based, data, digital data capture is somehow limited at the moment, but I must say this will not be the case in next coming years. When it comes to contextual understanding, using the data for understanding what is happening in the field, for example, the previous video I've shown you to understand the player actions, for example, AI-based methods are much superior in understanding the context of what's happening there, and also the real-time feedback AI-based methods again, and scalability, as I mentioned you earlier, they are way better at scalability. So for me, it seems at the moment the best solution to train an athlete or to gather the data to understand the patterns is using both the traditional and AI-based methods. Probably I would say hybrid approach where we incorporate both the techniques in order to both get the benefits of the traditional methods by their preciseness and also the scalability of the AI-based methods. There are also some products in the market which show you this kind of trend. There are some hardware for swimming which basically incorporate traditional motion tracking systems, the traditional hardware, and also a small AI chip that is functioning using this data. I would also quickly show you some part that relates to multiplayer sports as well. Here the idea is how much AI able to understand a game strategy. This is especially important from the aspect of esports because strategy is quite a buzzword there. Basically, when it comes to physical sports, the strategy means something like this. So you understand, you first see what the data is at. You understand the various data points, and then you do a predictive analysis, and then you also, anticipate events. This is how strategy happens. Again, the events come true, may not come true, and then you again monitor the data, and then do the predictive analysis. What it means in for example, physical sports is you have, for example, shifting from different configurations in soccer, and you also understand, for example, in other sports like a basketball, like a zone defense mechanism. This could be quite well captured using a camera information, using computer vision techniques. Where you have multiple players, you would nicely get the structure of the field. These are especially easy for this context because the dimensions of the field are pre-known, and we also know the shapes of the lines, the crease lines that are drawn on the surface of the field, and which makes the life of a computer vision engineer quite easy because you have the points where to mark to from the real and the virtual world, which would make you also do a quite understanding of the player positioning and movement in real time. So strategically, when it comes to esports, it seems like AI is much better at it. This is also proved in 2018 when we first 2019, sorry, when OpenAI came up with a model that defeated 5 Dota 2 players, which actually have 5 heroes, and it's the most complicated strategy game, and there is one single AI board taking multiple roles, trying to understand what's happening in the field and coming up with the strategies in real time and dealing with 5 players at the same time, which actually shows that AI can be quite good at it. AI can be quite smart at the strategy planning in multiplayer sports. This also shows that maybe in future it's possible to build specific AI models for specific esports, and maybe they would outperform the players. But this is good in another context as well, that there is a challenge, motivation for the players to outperform the bots as well. So it's a kind of improving the bot and improving the human as well at the same time. But why can't we understand or take that part from the esports and maybe try to integrate into real sports, like real multiplayer sport? Well, here are the missing parts. Well, AI is how do I say, if someone asks me how accurately a model can predict win or lose, we cannot say it, just because it's an estimate, it's a probability. It's not something about how accurately I would define. There are a lot of things that are missing in real sport. For example, psychology, the psychological aspects of the players, which in esports they don't really matter, because what you have is a virtual player for you. Of course, what matters is your mental state at the moment and your reaction time. But since psychological data is not quite changing over time, but in real sport it actually does. And we also need to understand the physical data, the levels, the stress levels to the body, the physical stress levels the body is taking in over time, and maybe how is it handling different athletes at different points of time. And we also have, for example, nutrition information, which is also quite important when it comes to real sports, rather than when compared to esports, where you don't really care about the nutrition of the players, right? And real-time analysis is something is also missing at the moment, I would say. As you might be able to understand from training the large language models nowadays, the demand for training and deploying the models is quite high, especially when it comes to wanting to have some real-time strategic makings or in-game decisions. But rather not clear if AI is trying to train us, or we need to train AI to get much better at the moment. So the wholesome picture maybe in future might look something like this for somebody who is going to Olympics, or somebody who is trying to get into elite sports. Probably it's already in practice in some swimming federations as I looked, as I browsed. We need overall data, just not those dimensions, like 8 dimensions I have shown you before. We need a lot of understanding of the psychological aspects of the person. We also understand the nutrition data of the person. So basically we need a 360-degree picture of an athlete if we want to really understand what he is and what his efforts might look in the future. And all this data might once can be expressed in terms of features which may be fed into a large language model, we might say, for example, or a or a variation autoencoder. I don't know. We have seen in the morning to give it few tokens to get to different dimensions of an athlete, and also obviously a lot of things fall in place. For example, about the personalized training plans, pre-injury prevention. But maybe the data collection for this aspect should be quite holistic. And this brings me almost close to the end of my presentation. Well, it's quite clear. Okay, it's quite. I'm convinced. For example, let's say AI will be an ultimate digital sports agent. We have it will be, the real-time feedback. The problem of real-time feedback will be solved soon, because the more and more we delve into the problem, the more and more we understand the computational needs of the problem, the faster the model reacts. And we also, as mentioned, we give it a global accessibility. The scalability will be much more higher, so even the beginners will be able to get into understanding what the needs are, and also the local NOCs, for example, can find easily the talent. But either we shouldn't forget also the ethical considerations of the AI. We should understand, we should not let the AI go of the coaches. Coaches are quite needed. AI won't replace them, but actually it makes them unstoppable, and also needed to promote open science in this context. As much as possible, the models should be put out there so that a lot of federations will have access to, and will be able to try them out, and also do regular audits on these models, so that we do not end up in biased models that might bring athletes to trouble. Thank you for your attention. Thanks for the question. Well, I must say the amount of models that have tried when it comes to skeleton detection, there are quite a few models have tried, but in like last few years, the accuracy that we see is quite amazing. Like it is actually ready for finding information, for example, like understanding joint angles and things as such. And we actually have deployed the skeleton detection models in our sports, and it seems like we cannot really beat it, especially when we talk about incorporating attention mechanisms like transformers, which understand, for example, some missing information from in between frames, and we would still be able to correct them in real time, so that you have the raw data and you have the filtered data. And these filtered data, that was kind of trend, but nowadays it looks like you don't even need the filtration process, because the attention mechanism can actually deal it with on the raw frames. So you give the model. Even I showed you in the video, in cases of occlusion, a player is behind the tag ball table, we are still able to infer the missing parts of the player based on what's visible, probably projecting it to the parts what is not visible. So I would say it's quite ready. The 3D skeleton detection is not ready yet, I must say there are parts of it that needs improvement, especially the latency problem. It's not real time, but the accuracy is still there. Accuracy is there, but we need data to train these all. But most of the off-the-shelf skeleton detection models would perform like increasingly well.
Thank you. Yes, Tato.
Hi, Doctor. Thanks for the talk. You've done a lot of research for tech ball. How would you use AI in the sport? What is your priority in terms of bringing AI to tech ball?
If I understand the question, how I used AI in tech ball, is that?
No, I mean, now we're discussing a lot about AI, and there's a lot of tools in the market. And how would you incorporate AI into the sport? And what is your priority in terms whether it's player development or coaching, or how would you use AI in the sport and prioritize it?
Yes, the end idea is to train tech ball athletes. So the problem is multifold. First, we wanted to have automatic statistics detection system, which takes a live broadcast feed and gives you through biometric recognition which player is about to do which trick, perform which action to the ball, and also understand the response time. But then we are not there yet to incorporate coaches into this process. This is a missing piece at the moment. But the end idea would be to also incorporate this information that we extract already through the skeletons and the agility of the players to give some information to the coaches from the matches. So basically, the coach may not have to see the whole match. Maybe some matches are missing, but the statistics are there. They are extracted automatically and made available to the coach. And the other app, Skiller app that I've showed you, is a single-player, multiplayer app. It's basically a fun toy tool that anybody could actually use AI for, comparing themselves to Ronaldinho, for example. It's just there to have fun.
Thank you. Any more questions? If there's no further question, let's welcome Dr. Kamsi for his great insight and deep knowledge of AI in sport. Thank you very much. Thank you. We will continue our seminar today. The last part, we will have eSports. Since eSports has been added in Asian Games 2018 Jakarta as a demonstration sport and official medal sport in Hangzhou 2023, the eSport has been given a great boost, and Asia has been in the world map of eSport. I think this is why we like to invite our next speaker, Aaron Liu. He's the technical delegate for Jakarta Asian Games and also the international technical official of eSport for Hangzhou Asian Games. He will touch on the development of international eSport event. Let's welcome Aaron.
Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. This is Aaron. Sorry. Well, it's been a great honor and pleasure for me to speak here about the development of international esports event. And before I start, a little disclaimer. After my session, please don't ask me any questions about the Aichi Nagoya esports questions, because the OCA reserves the final explanation of all questions. Okay, so nowadays we can see like the esports is growing very rapidly. And up to 2024, there are, sorry? Oh, okay. The total esports market value has reached over $2 billion, and the major esports tournaments prize pool has reached over $200 million. And there are more than 3 billion players all over the globe, so it's like 1/3 of the population is playing games. So nowadays, the esports organizations and teams are becoming the professional entities, and the sponsorship deals from major brands and also the venture capitals, they start to invest in the industry. So we can see like the esports now have its own ecosystem and growing very quickly. Okay, so I was born in the early 90s, so I will start from here. So when I was a baby, my father played Battle City and Super Mario through Famicom, so I was deeply attracted by the pixels on screen. When I was in school, so basically the most popular topics among my friends are Counter-Strike, Red Alert, and even Warcraft. But at that time, it was mainly like the local network area, so which allows people to play it in the physical space, but over a network connection. So it's really tough to play online. Well, around year 2000, so there were like international esports competition like WCG, ESL, and the Evolution Championship. But at the time, the competitions were held among the esports community, so the influence was limited. We'll start from 2010 with the advent of high-speed internet and 4G, 5G technology, and also the powerful gaming consoles and the game publishers and developers start to launch the multiplayer online mode, which leads to explosive growth of esports. And also the live streaming platforms, they're also growing at the same time. And with esports, they are like a mutually beneficial relationship. So basically, the competitive gaming, they are feel the demand for the live broadcasts, while the live streaming platforms, they provided the infrastructure and audience for the esports to thrive. Okay, so nowadays we can see there are various types of games in the market, and most of them they just very attracting. So basically, people they go to the arenas, and hundreds of million more are watching online. So yeah, I would take the League of Legends as example because nowadays we can see the most popular esports events are the pro club competitions. So League of Legends, they have like several regional leagues across the globe, and the teams, they will invite to get a long-term slot, so they won't face the relegation in the league. And they will have the separate seasons, the mid-year international invitations, and also the playoffs and the World Year finals. So the teams and the leagues, they will share profit by the monetization efforts like sponsorship, media rights, and also the merchandise and in-game item selling, like skins and banners. Well, to compare with the pro club competition, there were much less national team competitions. Well, some private entities, they try to organize some, but the teams cannot be considered as legitimate national team because there were no sanctions from the NOCs or NFs. But thanks to the OCA, now esports is officially recognized by the sport world and the mainstream. So now it's the official medal event in Asian Games. So yeah, just a very quick recap of what we have done in the recent years. And I can't believe it was like 8 years ago. I met Mr. McCann from Turkmenistan during the lunchtime. So it's like time flies. Okay, so start from 2017, the Ashgabat Turkmenistan AMAG. So there were 4 titles with 11 NOCs and 86 athletes participated. And then right after, we had the first demonstration esports event in Jakarta Asian Games. At that time, there were more than 20 NOCs and 300 athletes registered. We had a Road to Asian Games qualifier in Hong Kong, Ho Chi Minh City, and also online. So there were 8 teams advanced to the finals to Jakarta. So that was also the first time for the game publishers to involved in the preparation of multi-sport event. So basically at that time, they don't even understand the responsibility and the differences among the NOC, OCA, LOC, rights holding broadcaster, host broadcaster. But they are quick learners. Now they are crystal clear about all the organizations. Okay, then it's the COVID time, so there were not too many competitions, so we just skipped to the Hangzhou Asian Games. So there were 7 titles. We also had like qualifiers, but just a ranking competition in Hangzhou, in Macau, and in South Korea. So we also had 2 demonstration events in Hangzhou, which is robot and the VR shooting game. So I was also very grateful to see that a lot of NOCs and NF were very supportive to the esports event and to me, to my team. So I can see their passion on the athletes' face when they wear on the national team apparel. They just feel very honored. Well, in addition to Asian Games, so there are also multi-sport events featured esports like SEA Games, European Games, Commonwealth Games, and also the IOC has already officially launched the IOC esports series, the IOC esports weeks, and also the OEG on 2027. So I would say it's not easy to deliver a very successful and high-quality multi-title event in the multi-sport games, because it means a lot of different game publishers and titles will be involved. So basically, the Asian Games gathered all different publishers together. So, but before they are like competitors. Some of them maybe even hate each other. But the Asian Games unite them together, and they begin to work together. So basically, they will share the same venue, the same stage, same FOPs, even the same device and equipment. And also from the implementation perspective, we need comprehensive coordination and support from the publisher side. So maybe later, Mrs. Gong from Tencent Esports will share more insights from a publisher's perspective of what they have done in the Asian Games. Okay, so we can clearly see that there is a trend that the convergence of traditional sports and esports, and we can see there is already like a win-win situation for both worlds to face a mutual growth. But there's still something we need to consider from an organizer perspective to have a sustainable national team esports ecosystem. I think the first one, and also the very important one, is the competition calendar planning. So basically, I think from organizer perspective, they have to cite, the very clear timeline and deadlines of the esports events. So the NOCs and NFs, they can arrange accordingly. And also for the pro players, they can avoid the schedule conflicts, so they can participate each competitions. And the second one is about the regulation standardization. We understand that, okay, the Asian Games or other multi-sport event is like 2 years or 4 years once, but it's like too long for esports. And given the different venues, different amount of titles, different publishers, so it's not easy to have like a standard regulation for operation on other procedure. So, but still, we need something more concrete to regulate everything and to have everything in place for other publishers, the new coming publishers, to understand what it's like in a traditional sports event. And the third one is about the healthy environment providing. So basically, the most fans in the gaming and esports industry are young generations, and they are easily like misled. So I think from the organizer perspective, we need to minimize the negative impact of esports event and to show the good faces to the society. So the last one, and also the most complicated one, I think, is to know the ways to work with the publishers and also how to position them in the multi-sport event to have a high quality and successful multi-sport event. So yeah, gaming and esports is a digital platform, so it can easily fit like new technology like AI and VR. So like previous experts already introduced, so basically now the AI and VR technology are already being used in the esports. The AI-driven chatbots, they are improving the user's experience, and also the AI robots, they are becoming more and more difficult to defeat. But on the other hand, it can improve like the training of the players, so they don't have to find another 5 players to train. And also when it comes to the live streaming, so there are also several esports competitions and live streaming platforms that are providing the VR and AR streaming options, so the audience can have a totally different experience. Okay, so basically now the esports is become an industry, and they have created a lot of new career opportunities like pro players, coaches, commentators, streamers, and the event organizers. So it also like inspired the young generation to, their passion can lead to their as a medalist on the esports event and representing their own country. So, well, I would say I'm glad to see this already happened, and I'm looking forward to see what the future will be look like. So all this didn't happen in one day, and I believe the most of people sitting here are contributed a lot. So I think you guys laid the foundation of what esports looks like today, and I'm grateful. And I believe that the convergence of traditional sports and esports will have a very bright future. Yeah, thank you.
First request. He's very diplomatic. Actually, today OCA just had an EV meeting, and we have confirmed the 11th title for Nagoya Asian Games. This is I can confirm, and we will send you the full information shortly. I think the letter has been sent to 45 NOC in Asia. Yeah. Any question for Aaron from the floor? Okay. If there's no question, I will continue today's seminar. Let me invite the last speaker. She's a lady. Her name is Kat Gong. She's the head of strategic relationship for Tencent Esports, and she will touch on the Tencent Esports in Asian Games. Please.
Thank you, Jin. Thank you for inviting us. Hello, everyone. I'm Kat from Tencent Esports. I am responsible for the international relations and the global partnership in Tencent Esports. So it's quite a good occasion for me to meet all the old friends here today, and as well as to meet all of new friends. Thank you OCA for this amazing opportunity. So I think.
Fidel, can you switch the screen? Yes.
Okay. So for me, it's a great occasion because today in this seminar, we basically discuss the interaction between the new technology and sports industry. As you might know, Tencent is not only a game company, but most importantly, we are also a tech giant. So for us, for me, for Tencent Esports, we are also a tech-driven team who apply a lot of technology into our esports strategy as well as the esports operation. So today, I will briefly introduce the company and Tencent Esports and share some of our works in terms of Hangzhou Asian Games practice. So again, Tencent is not only a game company, we are actually the world-leading technology company. We create innovative technology that entertain, enlighten, and connect people around the world. So our vision and mission of the company is value for users, tech for good. And we are dedicated to creating values for our users with our all kinds of internet products. And if we look back the history of the company, Tencent is founded in Shenzhen, China in 1998. And in the years to follow, we launched a series of products to add social value to the whole society globally. So with all these efforts, we also won a lot of global recognition. And globally, we have over 100,000 employees in more than 20 countries and regions globally. And as part of, we'll dive into this a bit. I myself not actually an AI or tech expert, but as part of today's seminar, I want to briefly introduce a bit of AI strategy in the company. So adopting AI technologies, we will view AI as our growth multiplier. So we have a broader range of user cases via our applications with heavy users engagement. And we have long-term investment in machine learning as well. So with advanced model training and cloud infrastructure, we will also witness rapid development and advance in our own foundation model called 混元. So we have this foundation model called 混元 applied to a lot of applications that with bigger user base and also serve the advancement as well as the development in our 2B business, including cloud as well as advertising. So this is a part of AI work. And when we're speaking of Tencent as an internet company, we actually speak of the two things, that's the consumer part and the business part. So first we will talk about the consumer part. So basically the whole company have a lot of communication and social applications and that whole system, with that whole system we will also provide a digital ecosystem that meets our users' everyday needs. So apart from that, we also provide high quality digital content. Consider literature, animation, long and short form video. Also, game and esports is also very important in our form of high quality digital content in our whole company strategy. And this page might be interesting to most of you, I guess, because as for a game perspective, we are, for example, as first of all, the leading global platform for game development, publishing, and operations. So we, first of all, as a developer, we will have our own studios, investing in external studios, and also work with external parties to develop games as well. So apart from that, we own a whole global IP portfolio. Some of we already have the games, and there are some games that with this IP are still under development, but will be incoming very soon. And also we have this established world's leading publishing capacity, as well as we will adapt this later, recognize the esports leadership globally. And I will come back to this when I talk about the esports business later. So besides the commercial consumer side, we also, as I mentioned, there is a business parts. We also empower companies in digital transformation. So we will assist the digital transformation of non-internet industry and as well as the public service for customer value creation. There are a lot of application server systems that we create to serve that goal. And apart from that, we also provide the online advertising service to our clients utilizing a lot of our social networks, content platforms, and as well as some other our brands, including games and esports, as a platform for online advertising. So that would be the brief introduction of the Tencent Group. And then I want to walk you through a little bit about Tencent Esports, who we are, what we do, and also our work in Hangzhou Asian Games, our practice and our understanding. So we will consider our position as Tencent Esports in three different layers. First of all, we want to accelerate the esports industry on the global level. And what we are willing to do and want to do is to coordinate all the external esports opportunities from a broader Tencent Group perspective rather than titles per titles. And we will serve as the point of contact for all the international and national entities when there is a need or interest to develop or work with esports industry. So it's not the conclusion that we have when we firstly formed Tencent Esports or when we firstly started the esports business in the company. So there is actually three phases that we experienced. At the very beginning of the time, as the most publishers, we will consider esports as effective marketing methods for the games. So we invest money, do a tournament, and we see the users come to our tournament and the users come back to our games. We see as a very effective methods for marketing approach. And by the time the keyword we will consider is actually how many tournaments we do, how is ROI when we do the tournaments, how efficient is the tournament when it comes to the user data and experience. But thanks to the Asian Games, especially Shanghai Asian Games practice, and then we realized there might be a new opportunity or new chance for us to
different way to consider esports as a sport. So first of all, it's esports. We should consider it as a separate or independent industry, like independent from game. And then we might that would be our opportunity to consider esports really as a sport. And that is again thanks to the Shigata Asian Games experience. By that time, our keyword or strategy there are a lot of debate or discussion around if we should have esports as a sport, and if how we're gonna promote esports as a sole or independent industry. But from today's perspective, we have Jakarta Asian Games, we have Hangzhou Asian Games, and as Aaron mentioned, there's a lot of new opportunities, including the Olympic Series, the OEG, and especially also maybe the Saudi Esports World Cup. There are a lot of whole different new approaches, opportunities, and formats of esports. So for now, we will understand esports as generally a global ecosystem, and the future opportunity actually for everyone to consider. So the key word for us to consider esports at the moment will be generally like globally, like strategy, and will provide a systematic solution to everyone who wants to work with esports. So based on that understanding and that three different phases, we actually developed our own understanding towards our role. It's more a comprehensive role. So first of all, we serve again as a publisher to provide IP license to everyone who wants to work with our titles. And then we will provide tech solutions who wants to everyone who wants to make the tournament or make the competition in a more efficient way. And then most importantly, we will also provide the industry strategy to the stakeholders who want to involve with the esports industry or who want to involve with the publishers in a more like wise way. So that, and this is the comprehensive role that we develop to work with the actually different stakeholders, wide range of stakeholders globally. So apart from our own understanding of our own role, this is basically the fundamental of what we call esports. So for esports, we define a wide range of categories or genres. So including everybody understand mobile, FPS, act, racing, sports, card, and also a lot of there's a lot of new genres or new categories I believe still under developing. Once this new game developed, then there will be somehow hopefully a new category created in terms of esports titles. And when it comes to esports, our own titles, we will also this is also our goal or our vision to establish a comprehensive esports tournament system. So for our own products, we will have like from as Aaron also mentioned, from a grassroots perspective to all the way leading up to the global events. So we encourage massive participation as well as the pro league to make it professional, as well as the global event to make it really like have a global reputation or recognized. And apart from that, we also license the titles to third-party tournaments. So we will consider titles in third-party tournaments as the key when we try to leverage or evaluate this kind of cooperation. However, there is one type of event that we have already recognized its special value in the whole esports competition or tournament system is the international sports event that include esports. A great example is actually just the Hangzhou Asian Games, where sports being included at the medal events for the very first time. For us, it's a whole new experience because no one has done before. And I believe, I will share this later, the practice we have in Hangzhou have already demonstrated its leading value and its leading role in Asia, but also in global industry, thanks to the OCA's leadership and also all the participants from the LOCs. So again, as for what we did in Hangzhou Asian Games, again, the basic thing that we will do is license the title. But again, we are not only just publishers. Apart from that, apart from just the licensing title to Hangzhou, we will also were involved with many different stakeholders in many operational aspects, including local organizing committee, including OCA, including technical delegates, and including city nation governments, right-holding broadcaster, HB, RHB, and also all the national esports team who were participating in the Hangzhou Asian Games. So we find there are a lot of difference when you consider the esports titles in Hangzhou Asian Games. First of all,
we had experience to do our own TGA events, it's a multi-title event. But a lot of other projects, they don't have such experience. So multi-title events is also a challenge for us. And of course, actually the biggest challenge is that's the reason that why the Asian Game is completely different from the Pro League or our own esports tournament system is this participated by the national teams. So all these challenges actually give us opportunity to explore from 0 to 1. So Asian-wide, we create the continental standards, the event system, the talent training and certification, and also the opportunity of exchanges. And all that become treasures, experience, and legacy, even to the following Asian Games, also to the worldwide sports and the esports industry. And apart from the Asian-wide operation, as for the on-site event preparation, that's also the experience we have, including organizations, the technical support, the anti-doping, the sports demonstration, a lot of aspects that also we can have the experience to pass to other continental and international sports events where esports is included. So with our understanding towards our own titles as well as our expertise in the esports industry, we actually provided to Hangzhou Asian Games a comprehensive operational technology solutions. That actually included the scheduling, the rules, regulations, the room in the venue, how athletes, how the ITO and CO will work in the room, how to manage all the athletes, how to manage all the people at the venue, and to make all that to make sure the tournament goes well and goes in a safe way, and actually to at least ensure the basic experience for all the national esports teams. So we have been exploring the gap and actually learned the gap between esports and traditional sports. And what we did is actually we rapid learn and understand, and we try to rapidly meet the needs. So we will adapt to the standards and the regulations that Asian Games already have, their SOP, their work, how they cooperate internally, and we make sure that esports accommodates that kind of requests and standards. So that's a huge work for us, to be honest, because we do not only work from a Tencent perspective. We not only just work for our 4 titles in Hangzhou. Our work is actually we have to coordinate for all the publishers, including other 3 titles that are included in Hangzhou Asian Games. So we have to make sure our understanding is adapted to their expertise and their experience as well. So based on that, we actually gain a lot of unique experience working as a publisher, but also with publishers. But the reason that we want to, or we invested a lot into this kind of operational stuff in Asian Games, because we do value the exclusive value for esports being included in Asian Games, and we want to utilize this platform to make sure the esports whole industry grow in a more standardized or legitimized way. So as a conclusion, we actually participating in editing and introducing a lot of regulations and rules before that, they need to be trained and understand the whole history of Asian Games, the whole NOC's information, who is going to be participating in the Asian Games, and all the athletes, their background, their information, their history of playing this title before they actually being sent to the stage of the Asian Games. So what we did is we have this esports commentary trained together with sports commentary together in CCTV, China Central Television. And then we certificate that group of commentary in Chinese, and then we send it to the Asian Games. There is also a very interesting backdoor story. So a lot of people, you know that the name, when you do a tournament, the name of the players should be club/nickname. But when it comes to Asian Games, because they're not participated by clubs, so you need to introduce a whole brand new regulation, how you're going to name your own athletes. So again, in the conclusion, there's a lot of debate and discussion. But as a conclusion, we will again emphasize the regulation to be your country code / your name as an athlete. So again, there's another challenge for our commentary to get used to that whole different regulation. Because sometimes when you call cats, you cannot call cats in the Asian Games stage because that's not aligned with your Asian Games naming regulation. So that's a very interesting story when it comes to the talent training and certification. Again, there's a lot of work we're going to share. And apart from that, tech tools, we actually developed a lot of tools in terms of event operation. So we have this Tencent esports execution tool dedicated, developed for Hangzhou Asian Games. So the use of it is actually to check all the equipment before the tournament, monitoring all the equipment during the tournament, and we're monitoring the internet, any lagging during the tournament. So when there is the argument for such competition, then the data in that tool could be considered as a reference to the referees. Because for esports, it's a digital arena. It will be very difficult for you to actually deal with the conflicts. You cannot just ask the game to go back to 10 minutes ago. But with this tool, you can actually do it because it's monitoring for the whole time. And the whole monitoring stuff, normally it will ask for 10 people to do that stuff competition. But with that tool, we now maybe only need 1 people because I only need him to sit in front of the computer monitoring all the tournaments. So, and that tool is not only applied to Tencent titles, it's actually applied to all titles. And we developed a system to accommodate the different needs for the titles that's not Tencent. So it's a systematic tool that we developed only for Hangzhou Asian Games. So apart from that, I want to share also experience that we had regarding the tools or the systematic solutions. So there is also a tool that we developed inside Tencent esports is actually a scheduling tool. Imagine you are titles or you are publishers. You have 365 days throughout the year, but normally you will have 200 and more competition days. How are you going to schedule it? Normally it will take one person to do for 2 or 3 weeks because they need to put the most influential competition at the weekend so that you can track more users. And you should avoid the best team overlapping with each other. You cannot have team A compete for 3 days with team B, and then team B continue to compete 3 days with team C. That would be overlapping with each other. And you also need to avoid that some teams are flying too much. Sometimes this week they're flying from Shanghai to Beijing, and then next week they're flying from Beijing to Nanjing. That would be super exhausting for the athletes. So all that elements you should consider when you're doing the event scheduling. And now to solve that situation, to solve that waste of human resources, we developed that tool. All you need to do is input every operational element, and the tool will only take you 5 minutes to do the whole schedule listings throughout the year. And the only thing you need to do is to hire people to adjust as you wish. So all this application is purchased in China. So if anyone wants anything, I can ship you as a gift. So you can contact me after the meeting. So again, this is thank you very much for your time. That's the introduction of the. You can follow us on either at or Facebook, contact us on our email, or contact me personally. It's also fine. So we want to work more together with OCA's leadership and with everyone's joint effort to make sure we promote the Asian esports and also global esports industry to the next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope it's not really the longest question ever. My name is Haider. I'm president of Iraqi Esports Federation, and happy to start from the end. We are promoting esport under OCA, which is that means we are going just like an official umbrella of OCA and considering the esports and Tencent products like PUBG is one of the famous esports in many tournaments like the nationals and even in the Olympics. But now it's come to the question. Every day waking up in the morning and find Tencent working with a company in my country promoting like national tournament, PMCC, PMGC, something, without formal body for the sports, which is the esports, which is the federation, just like we're trying to be like under the umbrella of OCA, should be through the federation and about the town. This is the first part of the question. The second thing is sometimes we're asking about data for like how many players we have, time spending, male, female, ages. So this will be important for those reports, for our national. And we got no answer for that. So, Mike to you.
Right. I think that two questions we can actually discuss later. So I think our own title team will have their structure regarding their own tournaments. But when it comes to for example, the tournament that is participated by national teams, I think they will engage with conversation with you. And as for the data part, we do have strict policies for data sharing, but I think we can fix it afterward.
You should, because here I'm under OCA. If OCA asks me about the game, how many players do you have? I can't say
we
to them.
don't even know.
I can't. I don't. So,
yes.
So that's what I mean. Because it's a games, it's official, it's an esports, and the Olympic committee. So yeah, about the first question, what's the private you mean? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sure you are happy with her answer. Any more questions for her? It will be the last chance of the day. Please.